for that to show up usually, so I'll check that in a moment. Okay, I'm gonna start promoting the stream on Discord. Okay, and just gonna post it in some other Discords. Now everyone can see what I'm doing on stream. Oh no, the horror. All my dark secrets and personal affairs are laid out bare on stream live for everyone to see. Even my own family will know the shame. Yeah, no, I'm just messing around, of course. Just you can see my personal Discord setup here, since I'm showing my entire monitor just because it's going to be easier, I think. And I want to show the AdventureXJam website and stuff, and how I choose the games. Yeah. So I don't know if anyone is in chat already. Doesn't look like it, but give me a little bit to do this. What's the channel here again for? Right. Almost there. I'm just gonna post it here somewhere. I don't know if that's the right channel, but whatever. They might be interested here. Yeah, I think that's mostly it. Okay, so hey, developer. Yeah, I'm in way too many Discord servers. That is very true. I do have a system for them. I'm mostly managing nowadays, but yeah, it's far from easy. I might have to cut down a bit again, but it's just like so many communities, so many people I know, so much to follow. It's kind of mandatory nowadays to be in a lot of discords, at least if you're active online like I am. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna get started with actually selecting a game from the AdventureXJam and then downloading it and playing it, if I can't play it in a browser, in a moment. But yeah, so just waiting for some people to fill in. Red stars in like 5 discords and cannot manage the messages. Pro tip: mute channels or even whole servers that you don't need to see every new message off all the time. Mute is ideal for that. I mean, not always ideal. You can miss on stuff, but it really helps. If I didn't have a lot of servers and channels muted, I would be constantly completely overwhelmed with new messages, and I already often am. But muting really does help manage that. So yeah. Oh, you have it muted. Well, to each their own system, and like, of course, it all depends on who you are, how your life is, how busy you are. If you have a lot going on, you can check Discord regularly. And then whenever you do look at Discord, it's just so many new messages that you can't follow and yeah, completely understand. I'm also finding it now that I'm working full time and doing a lot of other stuff. I'm also finding it more and more difficult to keep up with everything. But yeah, well, you know, it's always so like personal thing. Do I have to read every message in every channel? Uh, Maybe like you're a game developer for the team that you're working with. It's important to follow what they say, but like in other discords, maybe it's not important to see every word that's written. I don't know. It's annoying when you miss stuff, but that's just life, I guess. You can't follow everything you want and be aware of everything all the time. So yeah, we just gotta do our best within our means. Um, Sometimes you open it once a week and there are like 100 plus messages. I mean, yeah, it can be quite a bit, I guess, but for me, that's like daily. Every morning I get up and I just go through 100 messages, but for me, that goes pretty quickly usually. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's different for everyone. Just you gotta. It helps to find a system that works for you. And I think I've worked out a system that works fairly well for me, but you know, things can change or can still get overwhelming if suddenly you're in more discourse than before, or people are more active, or something's going on. Like now, the past 2 weeks with AdventureX Jam, I had to follow that while also doing other regular stuff. There's also always something going on, and certainly makes it a challenge to keep up. Uh, but yeah, um, we have 6 viewers. I guess we'll get started with the first AdventureX game. Um, You see, I don't know how many. It's mainly the one from SQH that's busy actually, but sometimes, yeah, the SQH Space Quest Historian Discord is pretty busy. I also can't always keep up with every conversation that happens there. So yeah, it's just like I have specific channels like the music channel and some other stuff that I try to keep an eye on, try to follow what's going on. And then aside from that, I miss some stuff, but I try to follow what I can. You know, as I said, what works for you. Um, but yeah, as you can see, this, let me make that a bit smaller. This is the, also let me, oh, apparently I need to keep uh, OBS open to see that restream chat. So I'm just going to use the Twitch chat. That's going to be easier, I think. Might miss out on a YouTube message, but I don't think many people watch ER on YouTube anyway, so chances are less likely. Yeah, looks about fine here. Okay, yeah, sure. So yeah, 40 games were submitted within the deadline, which ended 17 hours ago, 1 a.m. My time here in Western Europe. The event ran for 2 weeks, in which people in the adventure and narrative gaming community could create a game based on the theme that was proposed called A Good Time, but you could really do whatever you wanted. Um, and yeah, so 40 games came in within the deadline. I think right now with late submissions we're at 44. I have selected 32 of those that I really want to play, that look the most interesting to me. I might have missed a few interesting ones, we'll see. If your game isn't in these 32 and you want me to play it, let me know and I will add it to the list. But this is not my order. I'm going to randomize these. Except for this one is special and I want to show it at a time when I know I have a lot of people watching, because I really want people to see this one, because it's just, oh my god. Like, there are a few games here that I know are amazing, but that one is just, oh. If you know Space Quest Historian and his kind of humor and what he does, the games he's made for previous adventure jams and such, you will have an idea of what to expect, and ooh, it is a thing of brilliance. But yeah, So I'm going to grab these 31 games, copy paste, open my browser, put them here in random org, the list randomizer. And so let's see, maybe I should make this title shorter so it's one line. And we shall randomize in the one that's on top. The party line. Okay. That's the first one I'm gonna play. Okay, so let's go to the AdventureX page on itch.io. So here's some information about the event. I'm sure most people that are watching right now are aware of it or participated in the event and thus have seen it already. But if you haven't, itch.io/jam/AdventureXJam. And yeah, it's information, and then here the submissions. So 44 entries right now. Automatically filters by popularity, I guess the ones that have been viewed most or downloaded most or whatever. I like going by submission order because I have sort of an idea which game was released when because I was following the process, and I don't know, this makes sense to me. The party line here, yeah. Okay, so let's look at the party line. A minimalist text adventure. Oh, and I can just play it in the browser. So the party line by Robin Johnson. You're not sure whose party this is or why you're invited, but the invitation came and you're not doing anything else. An old school minimalist puzzle box text adventure made in 2 weeks for the AdventureX Jam 2020. The game is designed to feel like a type-in text adventure, but no keyboard is required. Commands are given via context-sensitive buttons. Okay. That sure makes it easier than having to use a browser. You can download it or you can play it in the browser. I think I'm going to try playing it in the browser. Let me just quickly check what's going on in chat here, though. Credits. Let's look at the credits. Written, design, and programs by Robin Johnson. Using their own Versificator 2 keyboardless text adventure engine. Cool. Very cool. Wonder how they made it. More of their games are at versificator.itch.io. If you enjoy my work, please consider tipping or supporting on Patreon. Okay. Well, let's start a game. And I'm not going to show all of every game necessarily. It depends on how long it is or how long it takes me or other circumstances. But yeah, I'll try to show off a good bit. Okay, so you're on the front steps of a big house on the edge of town. You can also see front door, knock, wait. You're still not sure what this party is about. The invitation came and, well, you weren't doing anything else. The cab drops you off and pulls away. For instructions, click here. Let's look at the instructions then. Blah, blah, blah. So this tells us what's going on, and then here we see reactions, or I don't know. To give me an instruction, click or touch one of the buttons. Yeah. Okay, so well, let's just knock on the front door. Okay, so yeah. Here we see what actually happens. Knock on the door. An elderly doorman answers the door, ushers you in, and locks the door behind you. I'm not going to be able to keep that open if I'm click here again, right? This is the thing that's annoying about just streaming on a laptop. Hard to juggle windows. The cat walks in from the west. Okay, so a cat walks in from the west. So we can go north, east, west, up. Where you're in Grand Foyer at the foot of the staircase. You can also see the elderly doorman, talk with him. Friendly cat pet, front door locked. He locked the door behind us, right? Also, you can do wait. I don't know what wait does. Time passes. The cat chases its tail. Oh, I mean that's cool that it actually reacts based on where you are. The cat walks up. Does anything else happen if I just click wait? Doesn't look like it. Oh. So the cat went up. But let's talk with the unruly doorman. The doorman says, "Why not enjoy some music in the ballroom to the north?" Okay, so the doorman wants me to go north. The doorman stops you. "You can't possibly be leaving so soon." Um, guess doorman stays here anyway. So yeah, follow the cat. Oh no. What? The doorman stops you. "I am sorry, but only persons with at least 1 point are permitted to venture upstairs." What kind of points is this about? That's weird. So we went west. You can see, oh, we're in the conservatory. Fake plants, packets of seed. Let's wait first. Nothing happens here. I'm wondering what the wait mechanic is for. There must be some purpose to it, but right now it's not entirely clear to me. So we went west. Now go east. You're in a cloakroom. You can also see cardboard sign, walking cane. Let's read the sign. "Drop treasures here." Treasures, eh? What if, well, let's, do we want to take the walking cane? That's someone's walking cane. Let's wait to take it until we really need it. I mean, it's an adventure game trope that you take everything all the time you can get your hands on, but like a walking cane, I don't know. But let's see. Does it make sense to drop these here? If I go west now and go back east, okay, they're still here to take. Okay, so yeah, he said to go north to the ballroom. A man, wait, you're in a huge ballroom, exits east, south. You can also see a dancing crowd, a band on stage playing great music, balloons you can take, a stage you can climb, a banner above the stage you can read, and a man in a World War II army uniform jostles against you. Okay, let's wait. A man in a tie-dye shirt and flares jostles against you. Are these people dancing people? A man in a flannel shirt and jeans jostles against you. I wonder if it's randomized. A man in a blazer and spats jostles against you. Okay, let's actually do something. Let's read the banner. It says, "The Ludo Narrative Distance." I guess that's the name of the band. Let's climb the stage. Up you go. The accordionist squeezes the accordion. The guitarist strums the guitar. The trumpeter blows the trumpet. The xylophonist hits the xylophone with little medals. You're on a wooden stage overlooking the ballroom. Um, Apparently I can go north from the stage. Wait, it's the same. Well, I'm in a backstage area. We can see a clapped out roadie we can talk to, a band t-shirt we can take, and a platinum disc we can take. And this is in yellow and with those asterisks that implies this is a treasure that we should be dropping in the cloakroom for some reason. So let's talk with the clapped out roadie. The roadie tells you about the time she toured with Nocturnal Vulture in 1974. Okay, let's take the platinum disc. The roadie won't let you. Okay. Um, let's go back south. And let's go down off the stage. So we need a point. I am presuming that we get points by dropping treasures in the cloakroom. I mean, that's all I've managed to gather from this game so far. Um, so we need to get our hands on that thing it was, the platinum disc. But how? I'm wondering if anyone in chat has any ideas in this. Oh, sorry, people were saying something. Can you perhaps move the video to top right? Okay, so by video, I'm assuming you mean my webcam? Yeah, sorry. I forgot about that. Yeah. Uh, okay, sorry. There we go, there we go. It's all sorted out. So yeah. People were just commenting on my webcam being in the way of the game. Yeah, sorry, but I was saying everything that was happening that you could see here. Um, yeah. So we need to get our hands on that platinum disc. I have no idea how we get it. So I guess I have no alternative but to do start taking everything I can. So let's take the balloons. You take one. A woman in a gingham dress just against you. Can I take another? You've already got one. Okay, so yeah. Let's go. I haven't been to the south east yet. Here, you're in a dining hall. You can also see banquet table, cheese on table, eat. Vegetables on table, eat. Drinks on table, drink. Let's drink something. Look, look. A head chef enters the room from the north. They have drunk all the drinks. She walks back north. Okay. The drinks are gone, I guess. Wait, time passes. The sous chef arrives with a tray of drinks, sets it down, and goes back north. Okay, so if we drink something and wait, they'll bring it back. Well, let's eat vegetables. Delicious. A head chef enters the room from north. They've eaten all the vegetables. She walks back north, and then we wait, and they're back with vegetables. Jesus. Same thing happens? Okay, I guess that's good to know. Well, let's go north here then. You're in the kitchen. And you can also see, oh, another treasure. Head chef talk, sous chef talk, refrigerator open, Michelin star take. I wonder if we could eat or drink something to distract them so they'll be gone and then I can take the Michelin star because I assume if I try to take it now they'll stop me. They won't let you. Head chef shouts at the sous chef. The sous chef mixes some ingredients. Okay, so we gotta get both chefs out of here, but especially the head chef, I guess. Talk. Sous chef says, can't talk or the boss will be furious with me. Head chef won't talk to the likes of you. Wow. Open the refrigerator. Something falls out. The head chef shouts, yeah, okay, something fell out. Cold, hard-boiled eggs. Take. Okay. So we have balloon and cold hard-boiled eggs. Okay, so let's go. Well, let's go to the east here first. South is back to the dining hall. Scullery. Okay, now we can't proceed here anymore. Only back. You can see washing machine open, cupboards open. The washing machine beeps. Let's open the washing machine. Something falls out. A pair of jeans. Guess we'll take it. Cupboards open. Something's fall out. Can of wood polish and a wrench. I have no idea why I need these things, but I'll take them. And now let's go back to the dining hall and let's eat and drink all we can and then go back north. Wait. Oh, the head chef is now gone. The sous chef won't let me tow. Oh, the chef's hat. I can't take that. Okay. Wait, if I wear the head chef's hat now, can I pretend to be the head chef and take the Michelin star and maybe tell the sous chef to do stuff? I don't know. Let's wear it. Okay, you're wearing it. Sous chef talk. Let me be boss. I'm working as fast as I can. Somehow wearing a chef's hat magically turns you into a head chef. Okay. Let's take the Michelin. Oh. You said you wanted to keep that on display, boss. Okay. We might have to use an item here, but I'm not sure what. And it did miss. Well, I did leave a few earlier. Okay, so what if I go south and then north is the head chef is still gone? I guess we stole his hat. He no longer exists. Wait. Now the stuff isn't getting refreshed either. So the head chef just fucked off, and the sous chef is just doing whatever he wants, mixing ingredients, cooking, but he still won't let us take the Michelin star. Okay, so let's go west. We're in a huge ballroom. I've got a balloon, so let's go south. We're in the foyer again. Let's go west. Oh, we did get the packet of seeds here. Yeah. You can't carry them. Okay, so we've got an inventory limit. Oh, that's gonna make it more difficult. Well, I guess we can drop stuff here, and then see what we need at what time. Um, oh, I can wear the jeans. Okay, I might want to wear the jeans. Where? Okay. Wait, I could do what with the hard-boiled eggs? I could eat them. I don't know if I want to do that. I'll keep them for now. Um, burst balloon. Okay, cool. Um, actually, I think I've dropped more items here than it can hold. Let's take that. I think my balloon might have disappeared. Well, let's go. Yeah, balloon disappeared here because I guess it dropped it when no more could be held. Okay, so still won't leave us because we don't have 1 point. I'm guessing, as I've said, that we need a treasure. Let's go north. Let's take a balloon. Okay, we've got a balloon one again. If I go east again, does he still think in the kitchen that I'm the head chef? Please, boss, you're undervaluing me. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't matter that I've got the jeans on. But he still won't let us take the Michelin star. You said you wanted to keep that on display, boss. Wrench. Burst. Bang. The sous chef jumps. The sous chef scrubs the worktop. I guess he was momentarily stunned, surprised, but that didn't help for getting the star. Can I get anything else here? No. Okay, so we need to get the sous chef away or convince him to let us take the star somehow. But guess we'll just have to do something else first. Let's go back to the backstage. All right, there's a band T-shirt here as well. The roadie just tells us about the time she toured with certain bands at certain times. The roadie won't let you. Band T-shirt. What if I wear the band T-shirt? Okay, that doesn't help to make to make the roadie want to give the let us take the platinum disc. So I'm guessing we need another item. South. Oh, the cat is here again. He walked in from west again. Let's pet the cat. The cat screeches and scratches against your legs. Ow! It tore your jeans. The cat brushes against your leg. It tore my jeans. Wait, maybe this is what we need to do. Wait. Maybe now we'll look right. We'll look the part because we have torn jeans. Let's go east. Drop. Remove the chef's head and drop it. So we just have the band T-shirt and torn jeans on. And let's go back to backstage. Really won't let you. No, we're still not convincing enough, I guess. You're carrying a wrench. I can't. Wait, holding wrench. Apparently, I'm just automatically holding it now. Okay. Chat's not saying anything. No one else has any ideas on this game? I don't know. I feel like the game is not really giving enough hints on, like, I gotta do something with the sous chef to either get him away or let me take the mission star, and I gotta do something to let the roadie take to make the roadie let me take the platinum thingy, platinum album, but it's not really clear what. I have a bunch of items, but I don't know how any of these items help. So I don't know. This game seems interesting, but I'm kind of stuck, and I'm really not sure of how to proceed. So unless anyone has any tips in chat, I'm gonna switch to another game in a moment because I do have a lot of games that I. Oh, Mazer, aka Martin says, I got a tiny bit for polish the leg and polish the stage and burst the balloon. Oh, so like this, the balloon makes the roadie jump out and then falls across the stage, or the musicians and fall across the stage, and the roadie goes to help them. Then you got stuck. Well, sounds like you also got stuck. So yeah, we're gonna leave this one for now, I think. And if anyone else is interested in it, I mean, it looks like an interesting game. It apparently keeps tracks here of your moves, 162, and score 0 out of 5. So I guess there are 5 treasures to be found, 2 downstairs, 3 upstairs, I'm guessing. But yeah, now I know how to get one of the treasures, I think, but the second one I still have no idea, and then, you know. And as I said, I still have a lot of other games to show, so I think we'll move on from this one in a moment after I have a drink and. Whew. There was a lot of talking already, and I think a lot more is to come. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed this first look at the party line. Certainly an interesting one. Let's save it in case I ever want to get back to it. Sure. Restore. Party line, what if I completely refresh? Restore save game. Okay, it keeps it here, I guess, in cookies. As a developer, that's interesting for me to know. Allow NSFW games. Local storage. I don't know, I'm not seeing it here immediately. Maybe it's not cookies, but something else that's stored locally, but you know, whatevs. Okay, so let's go back because I am going to randomize the list again. I'm not just going to randomize it once and then go through that entire list. I'm going to randomize it every time and take out the game that I've already done. So let's see here, the party line. Okay, so that's the one we did, and removed it and randomize again. And now Kaiho is on top. So the next game we'll look at is Kaiho. I'm guessing it looks interesting, but I'm not entirely sure which one that is. So let's see here. Where's Kaiho? Oh, okay. Oh, this is the game by GH Relay that they said they didn't want to see someone stream because they would be too embarrassed. I don't know. The icon, the game icon, looks appealing. The blurb seems interesting. Ren doesn't dare to fall in love. Something happened in the past, but he can't remember what. It is time to delve deeper into his memory. Why doesn't dare to fall in love? I mean, I can really identify with that. So I'm interested in having a look at it. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, it's also one you can run in a web browser. Okay, so yeah, I just went over how to play. Yeah, that's self-explanatory. Story itself is quite linear, where the end has some branches. Blue text is what protagonist says. To progress, you simply click them with a mouse. Okay, let's have a look. Kaiho, written by J.H. Reedlake, art by Lexus.us, made with Twine, etc. Okay, so it's a Twine game. Start a journey. Oh, I like the art. Hospital facility was huge, with endless corridors, sterile wild walls, blue doors everywhere. These corridors were familiar from many years, ever since childhood. Waiting areas also hadn't changed. seats, old TVs running the same soap opera reruns. One thing had changed though. Nowadays, people did their doctor times remotely as technology had progressed quite a bit, so waiting area was quiet. No one was there except him. Nowadays, people came to the hospital if they needed special treatment. hmm As usual, doctors were late. Know the feeling. How could it be behind the schedule when nurse said on the voice call a few days ago that there weren't any other patients today? Well, I guess because they're doing remote calls? I don't know. Time passed. Waiting felt like an eternity until one of the blue doors opened and a tall man in a long white coat stepped out. Kyra! That man shouted. Why is he shouting? He's probably not that far away. He wouldn't have to shout. But okay, that's me. They shook hands and went inside the room. Please have a seat, the doctor said politely. After both sat down, the doctor opened the caras. I'm seeing quite a lot of things in the script. I would, if I had proofread it, I would have made a lot of changes. But I mean, it's legible. You can follow the story. It's just like the grammar is far from perfect, but whatever. The doctor opened Kyra's patient file on the terminal and quickly browsed through it. Ren Kyra, you have been here before because of your mental problems? Yes. Right, the doctor said as bluntly as Ren said. On your last psychiatrist's visit, Mrs. Radovirta has written here, we suspect the patient might have some block on his mind that needs to be checked, recommending reliving memory to find out. What kind of block did she mean? The doctor asked with great curiosity. Okay. Apparently there is a reason why I'm still alone, or ever thought of love you experienced when you were young? Which one do we see here? If I was in this exact same situation, I'm not entirely sure which one I would say. Wonder if anyone in chat has any opinion? Nada says, let's get gaming. Totally. Let's just say this, I guess. Well, yes, I do. I sometimes think of a few past crushes, mostly how they are doing. But then I look at my partner, thinking that I'm happy to have found such a gentleman in my life. The doctor sure was happy to twist the knife in the wind. That is indeed a bit of twisting knife in the wind, like talking about their own experience, but not being conscious of how that makes their patients feel, or like relating. I don't know. Certainly not a very empathetic or empathic, whatever you say, doctor there, I guess. So you want to go back and relive that memory to find out what exactly happened? This time the doctor's tone was actually concerned. Exactly. Well, we do have a machine just for that. The doctor pointed out the other door in the room. Follow me and I will introduce you to it. The doctor rose up from his chair. Ren did the same and followed the doctor to the mysterious room. The doctor opened the door and they went in. The room had similar color scheme as the rest of the hospital, so that wasn't surprising. The room itself was quite a bit bigger than the doctor's room, with weird big device in the middle of it. One side had window, which Ren could see some weird control panel, presumably to control the big device. This is a device we call Flashbacker. It's a technological marvel. How exactly does it work? The doctor seemed happy to show. Ren guessed he was a technology nerd just like him. This is the tank where the patient goes. It opens by pressing this little red button here. The doctor pressed it and the tank opened. Ren and the doctor walked back a little as the tank opened. The tank has a place for the patient. You can see lots of traces in that helmet. The patient puts the helmet on and the traces light up. I and the nurses then put the patient to sleep and navigate the patient's thoughts to the right place. We then monitor health. After the patient has hopefully opened a mental block, we wake up and check up if everything's okay. Thanks for the explanation. What do you mean with hopefully so? Well, the doctor seemed to doubt. Patients can open a mental block. That has always happened. 90% of cases, the patients are fine, but sometimes the memory is so rough that patients might lose their mind, or even worse, their life. Oh god. Now that sounds intense. A slight panic devoured Ren. Was he one of those unfortunate cases? I can see you're worried about yourself. I've read your file and talked with Mrs. Radovirta. I'm sure you will have enough will to go through this. The doctor sure seemed confident. That helped Ren to be more confident about this too. Thanks, doctor. Thanks, doctor? You forgot to introduce yourself. Well, I sure did. I'm Mr. Muroma, specializing in mental problems. Muroma, that sounded so familiar. Now that Ren looked at the doctor more closely, he looked familiar. It didn't hurt to ask. You don't happen to be Veli Muroma? Well, I sure am. I was wondering how long it takes you to recognize your old dorm mate. Oh. Now that's a complication. The world sure is small. Ren and Valley had been dorm mates years ago on vocational school. Ren studied cooking while Valley studied ICT to think he would end up being a doctor. I really didn't look closely, but you sure have changed. Well, life sure does wonders, Valley laughed. Then he suddenly got more serious and came closer and whispered, I'm sure you will get your memories fixed. I remember what happened back then. He knew? Valley sure liked to observe what was happening back then. Thanks, mate. So this is interesting. The doctor actually knows what the protagonist Ren went through, but he won't just talk with him about it. He'll just make him go into this flashback machine that's like super intense. I don't know. That's a bit weird, but I'm curious to see where this heads. No need to. Anyways, the nurse will guide you into the changing room. I will start setting up the flashbacker, and Vili waved at the nurse in the other room. Nurse came and said politely, right this way, and Ren followed. The nurse was a blonde woman who seemed older than Ren. Showed the way to the changing room. She wasn't a very talkative person, so Ren decided not to start a conversation. The changing room was on the back of the control room. The nurse opened the door and went in, Ren following her. The nurse walked to a gloves shelf and asked, What's your size? We have small, medium, and large now. Larger than large are out of stock. Medium. You seem to be slightly larger than medium size, but then large would be like you would be wearing a tent. Medium it is, Nurse said with a slight smile on her face. That was probably true. Ren had problems with buying clothes because of that. Yeah, I sure do as well. The nurse then gave the clothes to Ren and said, Go behind the folding screen. You can leave your clothes there. You won't go anywhere. I'll wait here in one look with a grin on her face. Thank you. The nurse walked back to the clothes shelf to arrange it, and Ren walked behind the wall. These clothes were ugly green fabric that was thin. Guess hospitals still favored ugly clothing for patients. Ren put them on. Good that these pants had strings in them. They wouldn't stay on otherwise. The shirt was okay, a bit tight on the shoulders, but nothing too horrible. After the clothes were on, Ren realized that the hospital floor was cold. Some socks or sandals would be nice. He decided to ask, Did they have those? Do you have any socks or sandals? This floor is cold. No, we don't. You won't be walking on this floor much, the nurse shouted. Bummer. Ren thought she had a point. He would be in the tank shortly. Or maybe it was cold in the tank too. Come to think of it, because the clothes fabric was so thin, Ren felt slightly chilly. Are you ready? The nurse shouted. I'll come out and let's go. Let's go. Ren walked around the wall. The nurse opened the door and Ren followed. The walk back to the operation room was the same. The nurse wasn't talkative. Ren thought maybe she talked when it was necessary. Back at the operation room, the doctor was doing some adjustments. As they approached, the doctor noticed him. Ah, perfect. Just finished changing the trace mat. The old man was so busted. Anyways, you can get in now, so we can begin. We can either just say let's begin or ask, will it be cold inside that thing? Ren's concerned about being cold, but I don't think that's really a huge deal compared to like what's going to happen. What Ren is trying to get through. So let's just begin, shall we? Great, step in and I'll strap you tight. Just kidding, Doctor laughed. Ren stepped into the flashbacker. He would be lying on it, limbs slightly open. Ren tried to position himself as comfortably as he could. The doctor then put on the helmet. It was white and it had lots of wires coming out of the top. As the helmet touched Ren's head, it felt like it sucked itself in. Ren gasped and the doctor noticed it. That helmet sure feels nasty when it does that. No worries. Just make sure it'll make contact with your head. Goes through even the thickest hair. The doctor sure knew his way with words, or their way with words. Okay, I'll close this tank now. I'll make one last contact on the control room to make sure everything is okay. Thank you. No problem, the doctor said with confidence and closed the tank. It was dark. Ren could hear his breathing echoing there, and it was cold. Time passed and Ren heard a startup sound and traces around him lit up in dim yellow light. Didn't burn his eyes, which were used to the dark, which was good. Soon after the lights lit, he could hear sound somewhere. Can you hear me, Ren? Everything fine? It was the doctor. I can hear you and I'm fine. Great, we'll begin the operation. Close your eyes and think of the time in your life you want to go back to. Want to tell where you're planning to go? I mean, I guess it's relevant since we have to think of it. The doctor knows anyway, but apparently it's just the time I was in vocational school, which is also a weird thing. The doctor went to vocational school for IT, and then he became a doctor. I mean, I know one person who did a similar thing, but that's very unusual. Uh, yes, as I suspected. Seemed to confirm his suspicions. Well, he knew already. Okay, close your eyes now. You'll soon be at the good times. Good times? Question mark. Ren thought the same. It was time to close the eyes and think of those times. Good times. Time to go. Ren's eyes were closed. He breathed in. He breathed deep, in and out, like he was going to sleep. Muscles relaxed. Felt like floating in the water and slowly going underwater. This feeling lasted for quite a while. Then Ren remembered. He needed to think of the moment he wanted to go to back to. He wanted to go back to his vocational school days. Those days started like he didn't want to be there, but then turned out to be one of the best periods in his life. Mainly because that felt like time he was genuinely in love with someone. Ren wanted to relive those days, to remember again what exactly happened back then. Then suddenly, hey, wake up! Ren heard a voice he hadn't heard in years. It was one of the classmates. But which one? Was he really there? What's happening? Ren opened his eyes slowly. View of the classroom appeared slowly. It was familiar. His eyes were open, but the vision was still hazy. He could see figures. As his vision got clearer, he started recognizing figures. They were Ren's old classmates. But first he had to look at the person who woke him up. Hey, thanks for waking me up. And you are? I'm Miko. You were asleep. We're on a break, but that is ending soon. That's a bit of a weird thing to say, assuming you're like in that situation instead of like he came back in true memory. But like if if there was a real situation, they're like in the classroom together and Ren just fell asleep and Miko woke him up. Then if Ren were to go like, "Hey, where am I? What's going on?" I don't know if Miko would say that exact thing. Uh, but okay, yeah, I don't know. Miko, he was a nice person. He was also his roommate on the dorm. Ren wanted to have a room all by himself, but that sure didn't happen. In the end, their chemistry worked well. Ren observed the room quickly. Some of the classmates were missing, including the one. This must be the first day. The situation was familiar, even though he didn't remember it. Nice to meet you, Miko. I'm Ren. That's also not quite what Ren would be saying in that situation. And I guess if it's supposed to be the very first day and they just met each other, I guess I don't know. It's weird, but yeah, bit of an interesting, weird story in general, I guess. Nice to meet you. I'll go back to my place. So talk to you later. Miko waved at Ren. As soon as Miko left, a group of people came into the classroom, mostly younger classmates, girls and two boys. Ren remembered them, but never really interacted with them. After that, two of his best friends came into class, I guess. Nita, 1 year younger than Ren, dark hair with purple stripes, a good friend. And then the one, Manta. Ren whispered her name quietly. Manta was one of the younger classmates. She was short. She had short blonde hair. Wasn't the prettiest, but she had a personality that matched well with Ren. Their relationship developed slowly. It was a slow burn. Over time, during the studies, they talked to each other. She also lived on the student dorm in a different apartment. They were also in contact during free time. Teacher is coming! Yeah. Favorite teacher? This seems to be going on for quite a while. I mean, it's a long story. I don't know if I can go through all of it now. Yeah. Well, so the favorite teacher came in. Um, why is my vision fuzzy? Okay, so he's leaving that memory again. Don't worry, Ren. You're in the trance state. Your mind automatically goes to the most important moments that you deem most important. Is that you, Dr. Maroma? I sure am. Good to know. Otherwise, Ren would have thought he had gone insane. So this goes to the most important moments that I at least think are? That at least I think are the most important ones? Yep, if you went through all your time at the time you were there, it would take several weeks. Made sense. Our gauges show next memory is coming up. Get ready. I won't be bothering you more. We'll see next time you wake up. When you wake up. Take care. Ren's vision started to get blurry again. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Okay, I wonder why it's uncomfortable. But yes, where he was going next, but the doctor didn't respond. Okay, we're back with classmates in the hall room outside the classroom. Must have been still the first day. Okay, apparently the first day of Ren being in vocational school was crucial somehow. Uh, some stuff in the hallway. Ren was standing next to the map. Some of the classmates knew each other, so they were talking to each other. Manta, Nika, and Miko came to look at the map also. It was time to get to know them. Where is everyone from? Everyone took the bait. Nita starts first. I'm from here, there, and she pointed to the on the map to an area that was close to what was considered northern parts of Finland. I live in the skiing center area with my boyfriend, so I commute every morning here. Ren remembered being disappointed when he heard that. It still made him slightly sad, but eventually she became a good friend at least. So I guess Ren was also slightly crushing on Nita or like interested in her, I guess. That's nice. I've been there once, but how about Miko? Was Miko didn't point anything on a map. Yes, I'm Miko. I went to school at this town, but I grew up an hour away in a village that is part of this municipality. I've been living in a dorm because it would be too stressful to commute here every morning. How about you, Ren? I'm from an hour and a half away from that place. I could commute here every morning, but I need a car for that, which I don't have. I too will be living at the dorm. Manta laughed a bit and pointed at a place way south near the coastal area. I'm from there. Would be a bit too tiring to travel 6+ hours every day. Ren laughed and said, Bah, just an early wake up every day and sleep early. So you'll be living in the dorm also? This is just a dumb joke, of course. Okay, so this game takes place in Finland, I guess? Yep. I wonder what activities the dorm master has in store. Manta answered, giving a slight smile. Living in a dorm. And had a computer, he didn't need any other free time activities. Or so he thought. Okay. Now we've jumped to a different memory. Teacher Sinica, their favorite teacher. Alright, now it's the best part, tasting. Most of you seem to have made a variety of chocolate cake, or at least close to it. Mud cake, matcha brownies, you name it. Alright, Ren is in vocational school, yeah, for cooking. They're sitting around a big table, which was filled with sweet pastries. Ren looked at where he was sitting and noticed a familiar treat. This was his first time on test kitchen. Usually, chef students would practice there or prep something for school events or lunchtime. Because this was the first time teacher had decided it was free for all. Everyone could make whatever they wanted. For some reason, everyone opted for something sweet. Blue cheese tiramisu. This was what Ren made. Dark caramel biscuits brushed with coffee, cream and cream cheese mixture with blue cheese and of course blue cheese. Something different. He liked to try out new things. Yes, blue cheese and blue cheese. Time to taste. First, it was all the chocolate cake or variants of it. They tasted good, but lack of variety was tiring. Memory was fuzzy around this time, but Ren sure remembered when it was time for his blue cheese tiramisu. Ren picked up the platter. Okay, everyone, this is blue cheese tiramisu. Answer that seemed to come from everyone's mouth when he tried to offer the treat. You, blue cheese! I'm not trying! Ren remembered the feeling. Disappointment, sadness, anger. Was it one or all? Gladly, the teacher was more eager to try. Give me that. One big scoop. Mmm, so good! Anyone else sure they don't want to try? Everyone was quiet. Well, that was a bad first impression. Okay, and now they do want to. Oh, Manta wants to try it. Oh, you sure? Well, I don't like blue cheese that much, but the chef has to try everything, right? She shared the same values as Ren's. There were many things Ren didn't like, but at least given him a taste. Delighted, Ren gave the platter to someone further away so they could give it to Manta. Moment of truth. Manta took a scoop of the tiramisu and put it into her mouth. She chewed on it and thought long and hard. She swallowed it. Ren almost couldn't hold his nerves. After wiping her mouth clean, Manta said, "It was great! Everyone should try it." But did they? No. Ren sighed. Even though the teacher and Manta tasted Ren's creation, no one else was convinced. It felt like a sign of things to come. Only few would try what he had cooked. Oh. Ren only remembered the disappointment until now. Okay, so we're skipping to another memory in a bowling alley. Whew, this is a lot of talking, so I don't know if I want to really keep going in here. Yeah, Martin. Yeah, the author said it was pretty linear with choices at the end, and I have no idea how far I am either. Maybe halfway, or maybe a little bit past halfway. But this seems pretty long, and it's a lot of talking. And I still have a lot of games to get through. I am interested in seeing how it ends. Do I keep going, or I don't know. You folks can decide if I keep going or move on to another game. In the meantime, I think I'll eat a rice waffle. It seems harsh to move on. I mean, I also moved on from the party line because I was stuck on it. It's not a thing about harsh. I just can't show every game off 100%. But yeah, let's go into quick mode. So we're at the bowling alley. Doormaster's here. Menda's here with some other girls. Familiar voice from present shouted Ren, placed his hand on his shoulder. What the heck? Okay, so his doormate, who is the doctor who's treating him now, is here. Don't scare me off like that, damn it, or was just looking at the scoreboard. Why do people keep mishearing my name? This seems more relevant. No, you weren't. You were looking at the girls there, Valley laughed. Ren just decided to look away and be grumpy. Denying would have just made it worse. Why? Bowling's fun, don't know the technique well yet, but having nice company makes up for it. Sure is. Should have said that to the girls, though. Ren noticed Manta walking towards him. It's your turn soon, Renee. That's okay. So they think Ren's name is Renee, apparently, or they make a joke about that. Haha, very funny. Sometimes people misheard Ren's name. Sometimes he was Renee. This time, Renee. Not the worst thing in the world, but still annoying when it happens. Come on, Renee, your ball's already there waiting. Manta hurts. Okay, I'm going. Mm, green ball. Ball went straight to the gutter. On the second try, he got one pin down. His turn next. Feeling of a wink. Ren wondered why until he saw his seat next to Mando was free. He could not waste this opportunity, although at the time he was still oblivious. So he sat down. So, have you bowled before? Yeah, I used to go bowling with friends quite often back home. By the way, that was awful, even for the first timer, Mando giggled. Uh, okay. Manta also studied at gymnasium on top of vacation school. Ren never asked why she stopped coming to these bowling sessions. He thought she didn't have time, but bowling was fun because Miko and Valley were active bowlers. Next memory, food. I mean, you're in a chef school, can be a lot of food. And there was a plate, but it looked weird. Glitchy, blurry, why was that? I guess the memory isn't good enough. Everyone's soup is ready, tasting time. Ren remembered. First semester had gone on for quite a while now. Other students had been in the main kitchen helping to make lunch. Younger students were still studying basic subjects like languages and math. This time people had made different soups. Ren couldn't remember what he had made. That must have been because of the glitch. Tasting time. So many soups. Then Ren stopped at where Manta was with her soup. Nita was also there, talking to him. What soup did you make, Manta? I made some mushroom soup. Want to try? Mushrooms. Ren disliked them. He wasn't sure it was because of flavor, texture, or both. Ren sure didn't want to give it a taste. But then he remembered how Menta had given a try to blue cheese tiramisu. Even though she didn't like blue cheese. It was time to repay kindness. Sure, give me a clean spoon. Moment of truth. He really dreaded mushrooms. A little bit of soup on a spoon. There was no turning back now. He didn't want to disappoint. Gulp! The mushrooms were slimy and disgusting as ever, but something was different. The taste was good. It was creamy, so that helped quite a bit. It was difficult to chew the mushrooms. Why are there full mushroom chunks in the soup? That's a bit weird. It was difficult to chew the mushrooms, but Ren could swallow the spoonful. Felt like he chewed the mushroom soup for several minutes. So, how do you like it? Usual but cheery look had turned into a worried look on Manta's face. It was good. Ren couldn't believe it. Mushroom dish that was good. Ren didn't realize that he put his hand on Manta's shoulder. This was the first time I actually liked a mushroom dish. Thank you. Happy that it tasted so good for you. Um, Manta didn't even look at Ren when she said that. At the time, Ren wasn't paying attention, but now seeing this memory again, could it be? Difficult to be sure. Okay, so pretty much, I think the gist of the story is Ren liked Manta, wanted to be with her. Manta never really reciprocated, I guess, but was interested in him, maybe. Another memory, huffing and puffing, squeaking. Oh, badminton. The dorm master and Manta. Manta also used to come to play badminton. She was quite sporty compared to Ren. Phew. Either of you want to go there and play against him? He's quite a tough opponent. I'll go. Well, Miko says, I'll go. You rest up, Manta. Miko said and ran to the playfield. Ren waited for Manta's breath to settle before asking, how have you been doing? Me? Oh, busy. Studies take so much free time. But these badminton evenings are a nice distraction. How about you? You had your first practical period, if I recall correctly. I guess that's like examinations. The second semester of first year, and had been on first practical period in hotel kitchen. Oh, it's like an internship maybe. That should explain why time between the last and this memory was so long. Yeah, I was. It went well. She asks what he did there. He had done so much. Even one customer had said that the dessert that Ren made was the best she had ever eaten. Our community had been nice and helpful. How nice! I'm going to have my first practical period this summer. I have to find a place though, closer to home. Manna seemed so happy. What are you going to do next? I'll be here for the rest of the semester. I missed friends here so much, and well, these activities. They kept looking at each other shyly. Just social awkwardness, or was it something more? Mika then shouted from afar, Ren, your turn. Can't keep going. Again, jumping to another memory. Ending ceremony of the school year and semester. So it's the end of the first year. Ceremony was boring. Program brochure. He would graduate next year. Ren heard a familiar voice coming from the left. Hi, can I sit here? Is it? Manta. Wearing a nice blue dress and light makeup. You could say she looked beautiful. Hello? Manta asked again. Ren realized that he was gawking. Quickly shaking his head, he realized he answered with great awkwardness. Sure, no problem. Have a seat. She looked at the program brochure. How did this happen? Ren looked around to see if he saw any familiar faces. Farther back, he could see some classmates, locals, no one else. Ren started wondering where the rest were. Didn't Miko or Nito come? I asked Nito, but she had other things to do. Haven't seen Miko for a while. You were roommates, right? You must have seen him? Manta asked while putting the brochure away. No, I haven't. He must have been busy too. I mostly helped preparing the treats for the ceremony the past few days. Mm-hmm. Ooh, time to hand out stipends, mostly for those who had graduated. Ren was always jealous about those. No matter how active he was, he never got one. However, this time was a surprise. Oh, was a surprise for Ren though. Manta got a stipend. Ren can't remember what the reason was though. She was also surprised. Mostly she had been studying the other degree a whole year. I guess with stipend they mean like a grant of some sort, like because they're doing well, or they have achieved something special or something. I don't know. No, she had been studying the other the whole year. She stood up and went to pick it up from the head principal of the school. She returned to the seat, still amazed. I don't feel like I deserve this, Matt kept saying. Sure you do. You've been wonderful to everyone, and you've been active on free time also. Be proud, and congratulations. Oh, thank you, Meta said with a slight blush on her face. The ceremony went like a breeze. Phew, it's over. Let's eat. Yes, I'm starving. They went to the buffet, all sorts of salty and sweet treats. Random Manta tried to take a good look at. No, they tried to look for a good place to rest their overly filled plates. They ended up going into the school lobby, which has lots of breathing room. Most of the guests and graduates were still at the cafeteria area. They're going to be tasting the buffet, which Ren helped prepare. I'll start with the salty treats, Manta said, as she was putting the first treat in her mouth. Ren decided to follow the lead and started from the same treat. So good! So juicy and I love the hint of vinegar. How about you? I can eat it, but it's not super good. On to the next one. They kept trying everything until their plates were empty and their stomachs were aching. Small cocktails don't look like much, but eating too much of them is a bad idea. I guess they're like small appetizers, I mean. Uh, they were both quiet and looking at each other from time to time. Ren sure was blushing. Something should be said to break the silence. Manta managed to say something first. So, what are you planning to do on summer break? I'll rest and maybe do little odd jobs here and there. You? I'll do my first practical period at the gas station back home. So she's doing 2 degrees and she's doing a practical period at a gas station? That's weird. I don't know. Seems like she should be aiming higher. And our family will go on a road trip probably. Um, and Ren was looking at his memory. He felt the same way as back then. Breathing difficult, blushing, wanted to look at Mana's eyes but couldn't. It was now obvious, but the reality of feelings hit after that. Why couldn't he say those words? That has been on his mind for so long. Wasn't he sure? Did he fear Manta wouldn't respond to his feelings? Maybe the memory was playing tricks on him. Maybe Manta didn't act like that. What happened? Memory was blurry. They may have talked about something for a while, but how the conversation ended that Ren remembered. I have to go now. Have a nice summer and see you in August. You too. Those are Manta's last words before he would see her again on fall. Okay, so it's a summer holiday after the first year. He liked Manta. He had romantic feelings. Finally hit him. After the first year. That took quite a while. Okay. uh, oh. Ren's breathing got heavy and faster. Felt like he could suffocate at any moment. Everything was black around him. It was like he was in a void. He had to grab his chest. Heart was beating like crazy. Fresh air! He started to lose. Couldn't shout his words and he started to lose consciousness. Oh. Oh! Did something go wrong? He could hear weird sounds, like someone was grabbing a lid of milk churn with great haste. Sudden surge of light penetrated through his eyelids. Then he felt a faint but familiar voice shouting, Ren! Get up! Are you okay? Huh? Yeah, the doctor. What happened? Oh, great, you're okay. We'll get you out of there so you can get some rest. I'll tell you later. So the doctor's relieved. I'll give you some sedatives so you can sleep well. Syringe. Ah! Ren was afraid of needles. I'm just messing with you. That sure woke you up. Oh, wow. That's weird. But seriously, we'll get you out of there so you can lie down on the sofa for a while. The nurse will bring you something warm to drink. You liked hot chocolates? What a caring doctor Valley was. Ren could help but smile back. That was rough. Hot chocolate did good. He's in the couch at the staff break room. It's already early evening. Time in the flashback machine had felt long, but not like several hours long. The doctor is back in casual clothing. Smart casual would sure have changed. I grew out of that phase. I don't know which phase, but okay. Ren made room for. Dropped his legs. Are you okay? Asking as a friend, not as a doctor. Yeah, what happened at the end? Time to enter doctor mode. Feel cheered up. You seem to have a very tough memory that you read so much, a bit too much. Your vitals dropped like crazy. If it had been slower, your mind would have left this existence. That seems like a big risk for this kind of procedure. Why are they using that kind of machine for what should just be talked about in therapy? I don't know. It's an interesting story, but it's such a weird premise. I don't know. Really sure felt like it. Felt like everything I had suppressed came back to me. I wanted to leave. So Vi doesn't know exactly which memories. So he's asking, was what happened at the first year ending ceremony with one girl. First year ending ceremony? Feli was in his doubts. Ah, you and Manta. I hung out with my classmates during that, but you seemed to get along well with Manta that day. Was that the lobby? I remember. I could see the tension from far away. Tension? I wouldn't call it that, but okay. You liked Manta? Yes. I knew it! It was so obvious. I think Manta liked you too. Okay, didn't the doctor say earlier that he knew what happened? And now, but it was just a suspicion. Now it's been confirmed. Hmm. Hmm. So that has bothered you for years. When school started again, I was excited to see her again, to finally confess to her. But when I asked how she was doing, she mentioned she had a boyfriend. So what happened then? I suppressed my feelings. I still loved her deep inside, but I wanted to move on. I'm still moving on. Haven't gotten over it. Not a feeling. That can take a very long time. That explains it. You act the same whenever you develop feelings towards someone, but you can't give in. I'm still hoping you would see men again to talk things through. Couldn't have said it better. So what should I do? Contact her. You did add her as a friend on social media years ago. I remember seeing her on your friend list. He was a bit of a stalker on top of being an observer. I think I did. Contact her when you feel ready. But rest for a while to gather your thoughts. That was a rough experience. Friendly touch. Get up, I'll give you a ride home. Of course, you need to tell me where you live. Truly, friend. Ren had taken a taxi when he got to the hospital and was already late. Let's go home. They talked about what they had been doing all these years. Valley had done some IT work after he graduated, and he had become interested in the depths of the human mind. So they built a flashbacker, and then he studied medicine. So he was quite an expert on that field. Okay. Valley had dropped Ren to his front door, and they had exchanged contact information and talked every week. I mean, they already had each other on social media, didn't they? And a few weeks later, one evening, Ren was on his computer doing the usual things. But this evening he was checking social media. He looked at the right sidebar, which showed friend list. Not many were online this late. However, one familiar name was shown green. Manta is online. Ren was feeling gracious this evening, so he started chatting with her. She still looks beautiful, and her hair was longer now. Seeing her again brought a smile to his face. Familiar feelings. Ren decided to, oh, okay, so here's where finally we get an actual choice, where the branching endings go, I guess. We can either let it be or write. No, of course we're going to write. Hi, do you remember me? It's been years. Would she notice? Would she ignore him, block him? Took a while, but a message appeared on screen. Hi, I do remember you, Ren. You sure haven't changed a bit if your profile picture is up to date? I look more or less the same now. That picture is from a few months old. You've grown longer hair. Suits you well. Oh, thanks. I felt like doing it. But how have you been doing? You graduated from the school 2 years ago. 2 years before I did. I think earlier they said she was 1 year younger than him, or 1 year below him. But apparently he graduated school 2 years before she did. Maybe because she was doing 2 degrees. Well, they talked about what they had been doing over the years. It almost felt like they had been there physically talking to each other, like all those years ago. She asked, do you live alone or with someone now? Alone. Oh, there's never such a thing as being late. Could this be the moment? Well, of course we're going to say that we liked her back then. It took Amanda quite a while to answer. Really? I did. Sounds again. After a few minutes, a message appeared. Do you have a webcam? You want to make a video call? Why? Yes, do you have one? Let me plug it in. Read a little. Ren picked up the webcam on his table, put it on top of his monitor, and plugged it into the computer. Heart was pumping like crazy. I'm ready. So, message was now saying that Amanda was calling. Ren almost wanted to decline the call, but bravery made him push accept. After a short connecting period, Amanda appeared on screen. Hi! Ren felt like he was blushing again. She truly was still beautiful. Hi! She sounded exactly the same as he remembers. I think I did too. Now it was now or never. Do you think we could be something still? I mean, obviously this is what he wants, so I have to go for it. Meta was thinking. She also had difficulties expressing her thoughts. Eventually, I now remember everything we went through. I sure feel if we had been honest to each other, we could have been. That first year ending ceremony sure was something. She let out a slight smile. Yeah, I was thinking about it the other day. Felt like I was so close to saying those important words, but I just ran away. Amanda started laughing. It sure was. When you left, I was about to run after you, but then a few friends came there and I couldn't. Everything was close to happening. No, fate didn't decide. So could we still be? No, it hasn't been too long. I've moved on. I'm hoping you have to. Yes, but I still think about you from time to time. I mean, we already were like, could we still be? Okay, so maybe I didn't make the right choices after all. We could still go back, but let's go with this path now. I do too. Manta smiled gently. I remember the feelings I had. I've meant to ask you from quite some time how you are doing. I never could, but thank you. This means so much to me. It means a lot for me as well. But we can still be friends. If you ever end up visiting where I live, we can meet up. Do you still cook food? I do. Didn't pursue the career, but it's still a nice hobby. Same here. Oh yes, she was in cooking class with him as well. That glitter. It was nice talking to you. I have to go now. Early wake up. Let's stay in touch. Good night, Manta. I'll talk to you again. Video call ended. Logged off, turned off the computer, and went to bed. Phew. It was better this way. Time had passed and they had met new people. They lived in different cities. Felt like a stone had dropped off the chest, like a lock had opened. Free from the curse. Ren felt like he could live again. But it was time to go to sleep. It felt easier now. Ren looked forward to meeting Meta again as a friend. Wonder what they could cook together at the end. Okay, so maybe I did make the right choices. Maybe there's no way to end up back with her, but it's just like he had to get over that uh, mental issue of just being stuck with those feelings and not being able to resolve them. I don't know how that is, so that's why I put that game on the list because it seemed like something I would identify with, and I want to see how it would turn out in the story. And it was had some weird stuff, especially with that flashbacker machine, and I don't know, just some stuff that I would have written personally different, or that would have been different for me. But it was certainly a good take on how feelings for people can impact you and mess you up. And yeah, I certainly have a lot of experience with that. Well, enough. Um, so yeah, that was a good story. Nothing to be embarrassed about. I mean, the script could use touching up, but it was a nice story. Yeah, that's just my how I feel about it. My 2 cents. Just gotta get someone to proofread that, but still a nice story. The end. Thank you for playing. Oh, well, some art again. Yeah, there was some art at the start, and then there wasn't a. It was just all text until now again. Um, okay, I could go back, but if you want to see the other endings, you can play it yourself. Okay, so yeah, that was Kaiho. Let's take it off the list. And let's randomize again. Let's see what comes up. Welcome to the Funky Fair. I don't remember exactly which one that is, but um, oh yeah. Okay, so I'm reading chat now. Yeah, I've played 2 games so far. Kaiho a moment ago, and before that, the Party Line, which I got stuck in. It's also an interesting game, but it seems a bit difficult puzzle wise. Which I'm not also the best at. So, and I could maybe get further on my own, but for stream purposes, I wanted to just show off a bit of the game. But yeah, that was also fun. I liked the interface. I liked the style. It seemed like could be interesting. I just didn't have much context for what was happening and how we needed to progress and solve the puzzles. So yeah. But now we are going to start. Welcome to the Funky Fair. So yeah, which one is that? Welcome to the Funky Fair. Oh, that was by the Argonauts. Yeah, I reacted to them yesterday because the Argonauts is like at my job. I'm a developer, software developer, and we have teams spread out all over the world in our company. And one of the teams in, I believe, Ukraine is called the Argonauts. So that was like, oh, the Argonauts, you're not colleagues of mine, are you? No, but let's see, what is this? Um, yeah, I like the screenshots. That's why I thought this one looked interesting. Welcome to the Funky Fair. Okay, you can run this one in the browser as well. Where else could you have a really good time if you're not at an old-fashioned fun fair? But this one is different. Be careful which ride you take. Mind up where you didn't want to go. That being said, welcome to the Funky Fair. Um, I'm guessing it's made by German developers, so it's also in German. Can be played in both, text only. Controls, left click, right click, inventory. Okay, that's simple enough. Made by a team of 4. Cool. Um, yeah. So let's start at 1. Downloading, preparing. I wonder which engine they used. Nope. I hope that's not too loud. If you can even hear it. Might not be able to hear it. I can hear it, so desktop audio is not picking up the audio from the browser? From the speakers? Usually desktop audio just works. You're not hearing it. Yeah, it looks like that here. Snow. Wait, let me. I'm just gonna refresh here because the music was a bit distracting. Snow Psych is asking, is the plan to go through all of them or only a selection? I'm gonna say as many as possible. It depends on how quickly I get through them and how many times I stream over, I don't know, next whenever people are interested and when I have time and interest. Next week. If I can do multiple streams, I might be able to get through all of them, but it seems unlikely. There's a lot of games, even with filtering to those that look interesting to me. But yeah, it's just mostly I'm randomizing which game I play when, the order. But I know I definitely want to show off, so I'm gonna show them off sometime when it seems right to me. Yeah, I could download the game and see if that makes it pick up the audio. I don't know if it's because of browser or it's just because of an OBS setting. Could be an OBS setting, in which case I might have to restart the stream if I have to mess with OBS settings. But let's see. So I have to. Let's see, it's probably gonna go full screen. Oh, it's in Visionaires. Yeah, no, it's OBS. It's not the game that's causing the issue. It's OBS. So I probably just have to change the setting for the desktop audio it picks up. I don't know if can I do that while I'm on stream. Will it work? We can only try. Maybe it was picking up the speaker output, but it says I'm using headphone earbuds right now. Might be that. So let's see if. Yep, there we go. That seems a bit loud. Let's lower it a bit. Okay, still a bit loud maybe. Yeah. Okay, let me know if this is too loud or too quiet or anything. Okay, but now we can hear it. Snowside says, I see, sounds good. I was confused as there's only 21 in the random generator. No, there are 32. Well, 31 because I have one just to the side that I'm not going to randomize just because I'm going to play it at a time that seems opportune to me. Thanks for playing through these. I'm excited to play them as well. Yeah, okay, good, we can hear it. Yeah, it's definitely exciting. So, welcome to the Funky Fair. I'm gonna leave it in English. My native language is Dutch and I speak some German, but I don't think I would understand all of the German in this game at all, so let's do English. Controls, yeah. I like the art style. I want ice cream! And cotton candy! You've had enough sweets? Oh, Little Worlds! We have to write that! Yes, we have to write Little Worlds! Didn't we take enough rides for today? Oh, please! Little Worlds! Little Worlds! Hey, what's this? A fortune-telling machine. What does it do? It predicts your future. Wow, we need to give it a try. I don't think so, it's just a waste of money. Well, you're not explaining properly then. Also, this shirt asked me about Loom. But I want to know my future. It doesn't really tell you your future. But it says so right here. You shouldn't believe everything you read. What a shit parent! Just explain properly why. Why don't you take a ride on Little Worlds instead? Little Worlds! Little Worlds! So the little kid really wants to go on Little Worlds, and the bigger sister, I don't know, wants to do the fortune teller. Either machine or the ride, not both. The machine. Man! Oh, she puts money in automatically. Huh? I want to know my future. These are 2 tickets for Little Worlds. Oh, so Little Worlds is our future? It says specialty. Oh! Yay, so machine does work after all. I don't know if it works. Special tour, that's weird. That's your future, a trip to Little Worlds. Hop in! Okay, so this is all going automatically so far. I haven't had any choices or any interaction. One enjoyable ride later. Oh! Okay. What's going on? Did Mom and Dad leave without us? Can we stay here and keep going? Yay! We need to find Mom and Dad. Okay, so we are now in maybe in an alternate world. It was a special tour after all. Little brother, do you have any idea where we are? No? Doesn't matter, it's great here. We have to get home somehow. Why? Now we can ride everything, and Mom and Dad can't say no. I'll take a look around. Stay here. Okay. Oh, the city is gone. Where would we go to? We won't get home this way. Fog everywhere. I can't see a thing, not even the skyline. He's so annoying sometimes. A cotton candy booth. Not much sugar left. Take the sugar. Machine. I've seen how to make cotton candy. You throw sugar into the machine and wave around a wooden stick. Okay, so we turn it down and inventory, put sugar in. Now I need a wooden stick to wrap the cotton candy around. Okay. Do you know where there's a wooden stick? No. Fortune teller machine. I need a coin. If you insert a coin, it issues a card with a prophecy. At least that's what it says. Earlier it was tickets. To the roundabout. Okay, so let's look at Little Worlds. Was a pirate here before? Can't do anything with the sign. Car. This is a car you ride in Little Worlds. You need tickets. They go into a box inside a car. Okay, so let's go to the roundabout. Oh, I see a stick here. And I see a coin. A small and dry twig. Let's take it. Oh. There's a coin lying on the platform. Cool, I'll take it. Win-win-win raffle booth. Also a ladder? Someone left a ladder outside. I'm taking it with me, it might come in handy. I have no idea why I need to take ladder. I mean, I had contacts for the twig and sugar and coin, but I have no idea why I need a ladder, but okay. We're taking it with me. With us. Now I know something is really fishy. I just put a ladder in my pocket. I would assume so. Okay, the character is aware enough. Not quite. For fall breaking, but I'm getting there. Raffle tickets, 3 for $1. The raffle booth has been cleared out. No. There are scissors inside. Okay, so we're all also. Oh, I'll take the scissors and the roll of adhesive tape. Okay, so we're just taking everything. Don't know why I didn't need that either, but okay, we're getting items. Ice cream. Nothing special to see here. Soft serve. Ooh, I love soft serve. You press a few buttons, push the lever, and boom, soft serve. Oh, we can make ice cream. I'm not sure if this is the right one. The right one for what? Okay. Yeah, it's weird that we can interact with that. $3, have a good time. Special, green, purple, and thingies in it. Advertising for the $3, have a good time special. Yuck, purple, green, checkered with chocolate chips. Can't do it. Green is yellow and blue. Yellow and blue. Red and blue for the purple? I'm not sure if this is the right one. Oh, okay, so that's for the division. So we divide it in the middle? No. Wait, I already know what to do. So it's... It's like a checkerboard pattern. Wait, so it's red, it's green in the top right, purple in the... No. It's green in top left, purple in top right, purple in the bottom left, and green in the bottom right. So it's right, top right, green. I don't know if I'm doing this correctly. Also, I'm wondering what people are saying in chat about this. Nothing. Okay. So green, purple, green. Oh! I probably am not doing that right, but and that didn't give anything. Okay. Oh no, it did. Green, purple, soft serve. Okay, I did that. I did that puzzle right. Wow, I did the puzzle right for a change. Soft serve. This one isn't right, but can I do something with the wrong soft serve? Also, this needs chocolate chips apparently. The Ferris wheel. Wait, there was. Oh, chocolate lollipop. I missed this earlier. One last chocolate lollipop is still sitting here. It should have chocolate chips on it, not one big piece. Okay, so can we cut the chocolate lollipop? Yes, I'll use it to cut the chocolate into small pieces. Okay, chocolate chips onto the soft serve. One $3 special. Just like the one on the advertisement. One not so special soft serve. Doesn't look too good. Piece of tape. I don't believe this will help us. Might come in handy. I've got a letter in my pocket. Can I get any weirder? The coin was just lying on the platform. Maybe I can use it somewhere. Twig, small and dry twig. Sure, there's not much left. Let's go back first and do the stuff with the twig and the coin. So we use a twig to make cotton candy, I guess, even though you're not supposed to use a twig for that. Ha! It worked! So now I have cotton candy on a twig. Not for me. I've lost my appetite since our trip. Is it for little brother? He already had a lot of sweets today. Okay, so that's for someone else then. Coin, fortune teller machine. The machine dispensed a card. Yet another card. The card reads, "You want to leave? Get out of here. Go ride the elephant, my dear." So the fortune teller machine brings us here, and then it's just like, "Oh, you want to leave?" Leave? How does the card tell us how to get home? Well, we apparently have to ride the elephant. Well, let's go to the fort. Oh, now there's a roundabout here. Platform was emptier a moment ago. Nothing happens when I flip the lever. Something must be broken. A cute little elephant. Nothing special to see. Perfectly normal roundabout mount. I should pick an animal. I'm too old to ride on a roundabout elephant. That's not the spirit. Hey, that wasn't here a moment ago. Or did I take a different route earlier? Can we go this way? No. Let's just go to the Ferris stall. The Ferris wheel. Okay, so mascot. It's a mascot that promotes the swing boats. One arm moves back and forth. There are gears on the back that operate it. Swing boats. Captain Blackbeard's dashing swim boats. No thanks, I'm past that age. Milk bottle show. You could knock over milk bottles in this booth, if there were any. Nothing to do here. High striker. Dad is really good at it. Whenever I try, I only ever get to rookie. Need to hit it with a hammer. We don't have a hammer yet? No, we have a ladder, scissors, adhesive tape, some soft serve, the special, cotton candy, and the card. So here's the Ferris wheel. Well, you sit in it and the wheel moves it up. If I get in, I can't throw the lever to turn on the wheel. This is how you operate the Ferris wheel. I'll turn it on. The wheel is turning. It really is. I can see it. They haven't made the animation. There's no use. I can't climb in while it's moving. Okay, so they did make this animation, but I guess they ran out of time for this animation, or yeah, no problem. But okay, I think we've gone through all the locations we can go to so far. Now we just have to figure out how to do what. I think we gotta talk with the brother. Also, yeah, no, can't do anything more. Let's talk with our brother. Oh, still taking a look around. I'm not immediately sure. How to proceed here. So we need to fix the roundabout somehow. Its mechanism is broken. And we need to go to the Ferris wheel and have someone or something pull the lever while we're in it so we can go up. Oh. Can't interact with it while it's on, but can I put like adhesive tape on it? No. Can I use a ladder somewhere? Yeah, this is the time we just start using items together, or use an item with something hotspot to see what works. I guess. I still don't know what I made this special for. Yeah, I'm really liking the art style, and the story seems interesting, the premise, but I have no idea how to proceed right now. Same as in the party line. Can't go this way. I think I've interacted with all I can interact with, and I'm not sure what I could use the items I have on. Wait. Can I use the ladder with Little Worlds? No. Oh, I can't save? Yeah, I can't save. So I don't know if I end this game now here in the web browser. If I try to go back later, if I'm in the same area still, or if I have to replay all I've done so far. Oh, Martin asks, use the ladder on Little World? I just tried that. There's a cog on the back of the mascot too. Oh, I missed that. Nada says, I hate bookcases from Target. My toenail is so black right now. Ooh, did you hit the bookcase with your toe? Or did you drop a book onto your toe? That sucks. I hope it heals quickly, Naro. I also had some injury on my arm that's still healing, and yeah, happens all the time. So, oh, this gear I did miss. Okay. A gear wheel. It moves the arm of the mascot. Why should I take it? Why? Because we want to fix the mechanism of the roundabouts? So I'm guessing we maybe need the gear? If I go interact with the roundabout again now, will she be like, I need a gear? Oh, wait, can I open this? Maintenance cover. Okay, we're making some progress now. Behind it is probably the motor of the carousel. Broken gear. Yep, the gear is broken, that's why the carousel doesn't work. I should find a replacement. Yep. Okay, now we know how to proceed. Let's take the gear, or will she... I'm too small, I can't reach it. Okay, so we need the ladder for this. And we got the gear. Oh, that's a broken one. She just leaves the ladder and the mascot was like... arm down permanently. But okay, so once I found the hotspots, thanks to Martin, that puzzle was easy enough. Now the motor should work again. Let's show the lever. Bugger, I can't operate the lever and ride the elephant at the same time. Wait a moment, so if we get the brother to operate the lever and we get on the elephant, or we do the other way around, we'll get separated? Like, one of us will still be in this alternate world, and the other in the real world, I guess. Would you like to ride the roundabout? Okay, so we are putting our brother on it. Sure. Okay, so we're bringing our brother back to reality, but we are going to be stuck here. Let's go. And they didn't fully animate that either, but oh well, it's no big deal. Oh, it's broken again. Ah, damn. Oh, another gold coin. Did something just drop? That was lame. Brother's going back. Brother's like, screw this shit, I'm going back to Little Worlds. A coin fell from the trunk. Okay, so I guess we have to go interact with the fortune teller again. Oh, he's just standing here now. For some reason. Let's put a coin into the fortune teller machine. The machine dispensed the card. Let me! Let me! He's so starved for... No! Now you've turned into two! Half of the card is still stuck in the machine. Here, I don't want to have the card. Ah, little brother screwing up things for us. That machine is dumb. I'd rather not. The card is torn in two. This half says, you proved your worth, now show the world. That's not helpful at all. Okay, so we need the other half. We need another gold coin, pretty much, I'm guessing. How do we get a gold coin now? Let's see if something changed over here, or... Oh! High striker. One half is missing. It seems that the strongman is made out of papier-mâché. A wire is sticking out. Okay, so the wire. A piece of wire is sticking out of the remainder of the high striker. I could choose the wire, but I can't remove it with my fingers. Okay, so that's what the scissors are for now. The scissors might work. Got it. Okay, so we got a wire. A piece of wire freshly picked. I guess we need to use a wire to get the other half of the card out of the fortune teller machine. That won't help. Oh, apparently that's not it. Then what do we need a wire for? And how do we find a gold coin? Well, a coin. Or how do we proceed? Wait. Can I use the wire on the lever here? Nope. Once again, I seem to be stuck. No idea where there is another hotspot I can interact with. Oh, Cressip is a chat. Hey, which game is this? Welcome to the Funky Fair. Yep. Notices. I just noticed how many times you have people. Okay, it's my system, and I'm sure there are people who have far worse browsers with hundreds of tabs or whatever. You know, this works for me. And every time I like get it down to like 30 tabs, 40 tabs, 50 tabs, then it goes back up because I'm just always busy with stuff. And like right now I've got a huge YouTube backlog, as you can see. That's why I've got a bunch of tabs pretty much. But yeah, no need to comment on it. You just finished Hair of the Dog. Would highly recommend it. Oh, that's nice. I've finished. Well, no, I didn't finish. I played some of the party line here on stream. Interesting, but I got stuck. Had no idea how to proceed. I finished one path, one ending of Kaiho. And now I'm here on Welcome to the Funky Fair, and I'm stuck again. So unless someone tells me how to proceed here, I'll have to move on to another game. But yeah, I'm liking this one again. I'm liking this one as well. It's as I said, good art. I like the story. I like the premise. Puzzles are very simple. Use this item with this. But it's engaging. Just right now, I have no idea which hotspot I'm missing, and I don't think there's a button that lets me see all the hotspots to see which one I might be missing. So unless I go over everything to see which hotspot I might be missing, I don't know why my cursor is now like. Okay, let's fix it. I also don't know why I made a soft serve special here. Can I do anything more with the roundabout? Yeah, I really have no idea how to proceed at the moment. Little worlds. Cotton candy. Yeah, I'm thinking I'll probably move on to my next game, but yeah. Well, as I said, it's enjoyable. Just no idea. Chris wants me to do Hair of the Dog. So far, I've been randomizing, but I might have to make an executive decision on which game to play next. But let's leave. Okay, if I refresh now, can I get back to where I was before? That's what I'm wondering about. Or will I have to start from the start of the game? Okay, start of the game. Yep. Okay. So yeah, let's remove Welcome to the Funky Fair. Okay, so how many people do I have watching right now? Oh, 15 people. Okay. There's a few games I really want to show off. I'm gonna make an executive decision right now. Cressip wants me to play Hair of the Dog. Which one was that again? Let's see, Hair of the Dog. Oh yeah, this one did look interesting. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Why don't we play this one? It's not one of those of which I know the developers and like or have beta tested or proofread the game. So it's not one I am aware that I really want to showcase because I know it's good. But it looks good. So yeah, let's give it a roll. This one you can't play in browser, so yeah, download it. Made by Tom Hardwich, featuring the voice sounds of David Howlett and Emma Hardwich. Okay, so this is by Hardwich, and Hardwich I saw earlier today, and I believe on Twitch and also in the Discord. Maybe I don't know if but definitely on Twitch. Cresp says I have nothing to do with the game. By the way, just enjoyed it. Yeah, it's fine. Let's put it here. Oh, that loaded quickly. Oh, I can't do Windows mode, which is not ideal for me. But okay, we'll do it like this, I guess. I prefer playing games in Windows mode when possible, because laptop. But music, sound effects, speech, text. Okay. Time skip. How to play?
How to play this game. A thoroughly useful guide from the hand of Roderick Bandersnatch. That's me. Bloody hell. Very... okay. One, pointing. Use your computerized pointing device, or a competent finger anyway, to select an action from the lower portion of the televisual outputter.
This is really cool.
2, clicking. Once roused, you can apply your chosen action to stimulate objects or characters within the fictional yet absorbing game environments. They may also be lavishly applied to items in your own inventory, which can be found nestling near the bottom. 3, waffling. If you do not wish to listen to something that a character is saying, regardless of humor, relevance, or politeness, you may click to skip that particular line of dialogue.
This game is really
4,
cool style as far the voice acting.
Caress the cog icon in the top right of the computer-related screen. Yes. From the main menu, you can save or load a game, or access your game settings, including a spicy new one you can read more about over Leaf.
Over Leaf? I guess the next page? Oh.
5, time. The game works in real time, so if you play between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m., the scenes, actions, and characters will differ to those found during the rest of the day. If you do not wish your game-playing experience to last for several months, you may enable time skip mode in your game settings. This will allow you to use the pocket watch in your inventory to skip time.
Okay, so I'm guessing I should use time skip.
6, cheating. I mean
Cheating.
shortcuts. If you believe an important object is eluding you, you may hold down the left button on your computerized pointer editing device, or the really wide button at the bottom of your keyboard to highlight the most important objects within each scene. Double-clicking on an exit will teleport you instantly to the appropriate scene. That is all. Fare thee well, fare thee well. Oh, they don't stand a chance.
Oh my god. So far, like quality, production-wise, this doesn't look like this doesn't look like a jam game. Was this made in 2 weeks? Damn, that is some really cool shit so far. Wow, I'm impressed, and we haven't even gotten into the full game yet. So I'm just gonna quickly say what people are saying in chat. Remember to click how to play. Yeah, I did. Oh, you missed the time skip option. It was all made into, yeah, of course it was, but this is really impressive. Wow. So yeah, let's get into it. London, 1859. 8 p.m. Oh, something exploded.
Uncle?
Uncle?
Uncle? Where the blazes is he? He's probably gone out looking for a good time again. It'll be
A
his
good
undoing,
time.
mark my words.
A good time.
Let's see what the mad old codger's been up to lately.
Roderick Bandersnatch's Good Time Formula. My secret blend of essential oils,
Essential
quartz
oils.
crystals, and animal parts has resulted in success. Harnessing the body's natural circadian rhythm to trigger a transformation. Senses and animal magnetism are heightened between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. daily, guaranteeing a good time for the host for 12 hours every day. On subsequent pages, I've written the formula to reverse the effects if desired.
It looks like he's already knocked back half of it. I bet he's out there now trying his luck with the local strumpets. The Randy Galoot.
I'm thinking this is his uncle.
What's your problem? Oh well, down the hatch.
Oh no, why? Why?
Good heavens! It tastes like rancid slop offal. Ooh. Uh-oh. I don't feel so good. I feel weird. I hope drinking my uncle's formula doesn't come back to bite me later in the day. I should probably mix up that reversing formula quickly.
Yeah. It is almost 8 p.m. my time, so at 8 p.m. something happens. Actually, what time is it exactly? I think it's like 10 to 8 or 5 to 8. I'm gonna get my phone for a sec. Oh yeah, it's 3 minutes before 8, so I don't even have to use the watch if I just let 3 minutes pass. We'll see what happens with a good time. Yeah, so let's try mixing up that reversal potion, shall we? First we need to actually read the instructions, the book.
Hair of the dog. Looks like a recipe for an antidote to my uncle's formula. Yada, yada, yada. Really? If you say so. Okay then. I need to boil up water, opium and dog hair in a large crucible. Then drink it. I can hardly wait.
You need to boil up water, opium and dog hair in a large crucible. Okay.
It's state of the art. It's got cold tea in it. No idea what's in these ones. It's empty. It's powered by my uncle's pet lemming. I think...
Oh.
It's powered by my uncle's pet lemming. I think he needs some kind of incentive though.
So we need to give the lemming some incentive so we can heat up the crucible.
They're for getting the fire really hot. It's a prototype, and there's no gas.
Classical gas.
They look very fragile. It's Smirnoff, my uncle's old dog. It's my grandfather. He went for a beard trim and never came back. It's my uncle. He's always looking for a good time. I wonder where he is now.
I have a big suspicion that this is your uncle.
It looks like my uncle bought himself a new dog. It's an elephant's foot with sticks in it. It's my uncle's violin. I think this one used to belong to my grandfather, God rest his soul. It's my uncle's walking cane. Weird. He normally takes it with him when he leaves the house.
Hinting that he hasn't left. Oh, we can go out. Okay. First, let's explore more here.
It goes.
Oh, I can't go upstairs. Well, then first, let's see what's out here before
He's a professional louse tamer.
before the time goes to 8.
Oh, look at those little guys jumping around.
Please.
If I stood any nearer to them, I'd probably end up getting infested.
Oh.
Giuseppe Mitchell's famous travelling louse circus.
He's a professional louse.
Oh, we can't talk with him.
Nice lice.
Thank you. It takes years of hard work to train them to jump like that.
How do you train your lice?
I let them swim around in amphetamine for 20 minutes every
What?
morning.
Can I have some of your lice?
They are not for sale, but are free to leave whenever they wish.
I like your moustache.
Thank you. You should get yourself one.
Where does your travelling circus travel to?
From the farthest reaches of the east to the great unknown of the west.
You mean you go up and down the street?
Yes.
Bye.
So long.
It's the front door to someone's house. I don't want to barge into someone's house.
He's pretty hammered.
There are more coherent people to talk to. It's full of people all having more fun than me.
He looks like he wouldn't appreciate any uninvited interaction. I'd rather not. He looks like he's not keen on being interrogated in any way.
Perfect for resting your drink on. I don't have a drink. It's not mine. I don't want to go in there.
Okay.
They look pretty tasty. She's worked here so long, she probably tastes like pie. Good day, young lady.
Don't try and sweet talk me.
Felicitations, Mrs. Figgins.
Piss off.
What pies do you have?
Lean meat only today.
Why do you have a bonnet like that in a kitchen?
It soaks up sweat and pie grease, although it does make it treacherously flammable.
Oh, yeah, is that a hint?
You're completely covered in pie grease, Mrs. Figgins.
It's to keep parasites away. You haven't seen any around, have you?
Ooh.
It's like they're
Please?
attracted to me.
Oh no, Laos?
I'm in the mood for a greasy pie.
That all depends on the meat supply. If you don't like what we have, you can sod off.
Where does your meat come from?
It's all sourced very locally.
Bye.
Interesting.
Today's special, locally sourced, lean.
Meat.
I prefer a greasy pie myself.
And
Oh.
Today's special, I prefer a...
And those quotation marks put me off a bit.
Yeah, I would assume so. Oh, my arm's starting
It's
to
the
hurt.
front
That's not
door to
good.
someone's house. It's the front door to someone's house. They're full of holes. Some sexy stockings with a tight weave. For the larger gentleman. I prefer a longer john. They're just my size.
We got stockings.
They're not much use with all those holes. He looks entrepreneurial. Hello.
How's the sweetie business?
I'm offering a free
Yeah, it's
minty
past
bum
8
hog
and nothing
to
has
every
happened yet.
customer to try and get rid of them.
Free minty bum hug? What's a minty bum hug?
How's the sweetie business?
I'm offering a free minty bum hog to every customer to try and get rid of them.
Okay, do you have anything else to say?
Can I have a free sweet?
They're in the bowl. Only one per customer.
What do you do at night?
This place turns into a juice bar. I offer free samples of those too.
What free juice samples do you have at night?
We have an arsenic cleanser, a cyanide buzz, and a regular poppy juice. The problem is, they all look the same, so it's a lucky dip.
Bye.
See you later.
Toffee plops. Fizzy larks. Gobble buggers. I don't have any money.
Oh. Why doesn't he have any money?
Don't mind if I do. It's a small, minty sweet. They have a pretty tight weave on them. Let me see. It's after 8 a.m.
After 8 a.m.? It should be after 8 p.m. If it's going by real time.
Steve's Sweets. I can't reach it. It's the tradesman's entrance. It's locked.
Okay,
I
so
don't want to go too far in case my condition gets worse.
seems like there's some stuff we can do here. But let's go back to Uncle's lab. Well, let's see what chat's saying. Hey, Human Interact. Hi. Hardwitch, who has made a game, has never done a game jam before. Oh, they've done a great job. Great voiceover, and the graphics are adorable. Sure. Sometimes you just get it right. Good morning. Yeah, it's morning for you. It's evening here. Mrs. Figgins was voiced by his wife. Remember, there's a hotspot highlighter too. Oh, right. That's a good point. Yeah. Okay, I found all the hotspots here, I think. Oh, the food chute I missed, I think.
It's where the lemming food goes. It's empty.
Lemming food is...
I need to put something in it to incentivize the lemming.
Can I use a sweetie with the food
That's
chute?
not great lemming food.
I think I'm in enough trouble already. I don't want any cold tea. No, my uncle would kill me if I broke it. No point. It's empty. It's attached to the wall.
Oh, mechanism. Can I interact with the mechanism as well?
It's powered by my uncle.
No.
I think he needs some kind of...
Pick up lemming.
No way. The little bastard nearly had my finger off last time. I don't want to break them. I don't want to just yank his hair out.
So I guess we need to get scissors to cut off a bit of the dog's hair. And I still think the dog is his uncle. Can we go into the barkeep? Okay.
He's our street's official urchin. Hello there.
Good day to you, Mr. Bandersnatch, sir.
Good day to you, urchin.
I ain't gonna be an urchin for much longer. I'm in the regional finals of Ragamuffin Idol next Friday.
What's Ragamuffin Idol?
It's the national competition for waifs and strays to show the world their skills.
What skills?
Purloining, misappropriation, pilfering, and good old-fashioned delinquency.
Good luck. You'll get my telephone vote.
What's a telephone?
I don't know. I'm not sure why I said that.
What are you doing?
Offering food scraps to those further down the social ladder than myself. It gives me a sense of enormous well-being.
No.
Park life, eh?
What
Park
are you talking
life.
about?
I'm not sure.
That's a Blur reference. Although it might be referencing something else originally. I'm not British, but I just know there's a Blur song called Park Life. Gives me an enormous sense of well-being. Yeah. Yeah,
I
we
have
go.
a go.
This is the last of my precious birdseed, you know.
Please, may I have some of your birdseed?
Alright, in exchange for an equal token of self-congratulatory altruism,
Come again.
give me some sweets.
Ooh.
I see.
Bye.
Good thing we
Goodbye,
picked
Mr.
this up.
Bladderpatch, sir.
Mr. Bladderpatch.
You can have one of these if you give me that bird seed.
Just one? You can do better than that, mister.
Oh. That's not good enough.
He's not a happy guy.
What's wrong?
My betrothed has left me.
What's wrong?
Why has she left you?
She found a better man.
Aww.
Was he of a less...
Wow.
Absolutely not. My bubbler craves substantial love. No, it was his beard, his luscious, scented, manicured, exquisite.
Oh my god, the characters in this game.
Couldn't compete.
Why don't you just go and get your beard trimmed?
I can't be seen out on the street like this. I'm a wreck.
Do we need to get scissors to treat his...
Just dry your eyes and get yourself to the barber's.
I don't have a handkerchief to wipe away my bitter anguish.
Bye.
It was nice to talk to someone.
It's occupied. It's occupied.
Unusual puppy.
It's a white poppy.
Oh, we need opium.
Nope. I don't need to carry it around with me. It's a sea of red poppies. They look better where they are.
Apparently we
Off
can't
the
get the white
grass.
poppy right now.
It's an oak tree. That's a nice... It's an oak... That big branch looks handy. I'm not strong enough in my current state.
Oh, so we need to interact with that when we've changed. Well, I'm thinking it might be time to change.
It's...
Not... Oh.
Let me see. It's after 8 AM.
Oh, lamppost.
It's not been lit yet.
Oh, sewer runoff. I missed
It's a
that already.
trickling stream of raw sewage. I need something suitable to carry it in.
Apparently we want raw sewage. So we need a handkerchief, we need a bunch of stuff, but let's see what happens when we use this
Let's see
pocket
what happens if I move us forward 12 hours. Uh-oh. I feel all funny. Cripes!
Oh!
This must be the effect of my uncle's experimental good time formula. If this is his idea of a good time, no wonder my aunt left him. I don't like this. I think I should mix up that reversing formula quickly.
So, did he change into a werewolf, or what is this exactly?
It looks like my... He smells like my uncle. He smells like lice. Oh,
If I stood any nearer to them,
I can't. They're too small.
if I stood any nearer to
They smell like amphetamine. I can't.
I don't know how to stand closer to them. Oh. Are we strong
I don't
enough
need to carry
now
them up.
to get the branch?
Okay.
Okay. That's something we were able to do now?
It's the front door. It's full of people, all have...
He's
I like that. Do it again.
he looks like he wouldn't have...
Did you just sniff me?
Not recently.
Don't come near me again, you piffling fun bugler.
Why would I, you mankish guff snatcher?
Spaff weasel,
Oh.
Got it.
jabbersnock,
Whiffle
It's
pump,
peeling off the door.
clump angler,
It looks just my size.
shittleberry,
funk duck.
trump whistle.
I want to hear
Not drink now.
what's going on here.
Just don't sniff me again.
Yes, so she's still here.
She's worked here so long, she probably tastes like pie.
Oh.
They look pretty tasty. They smell a bit like shaving foam. He looks entrepreneurial. He smells like narcotics and sherbet. This one doesn't smell familiar. It's clear and looks like all the others. Not until I know what's in it. It's a trickling stream of raw sewage. Okay then. I have no idea why I'm doing this.
Nor do I. We got a
It's
feculent
full
tankard.
of watery sewage.
Okay. Can I use the pocket watch here,
Okay.
or do I always have to go
I think
inside?
the formula is wearing off.
Oh, no, he just falls asleep or passes
I
out
think
here.
I'm only
And
going to stay like this for the next 12 hours. I'd better mix up the antidote quickly.
okay. Oh, hey, Hardwich. Yeah. Okay, I was right about the blur reference. Yeah. So hey, Hardwich, we are playing your game, and I'm really liking it so far. Great art, great style, great production quality, great voiceovers, great premise and writing and everything. Yeah, looks really well made for a 2-week effort. Wow, I wouldn't be able to do any of this in 2 weeks. So yeah, impressive. I do wonder what engine they made it in, or how it was developed, but yeah, good effort. I'm just wondering how to make progress. I did get a feculent tankard, but I'm not sure what for. Got a mustache, but not for sure what for. Got a tree branch, but not sure what for. Sweetie, I need more sweets to give to the orphan, or stockings. I'm not sure what for. I know we need some food for Lemming. Probably the food from that the orphan is throwing to the birds, but the urchin is throwing to birds, but need to get more sweets. Oh, I missed these
I
stains.
don't think that's hair tonic. No way. I don't want to go in there.
Barbers and fine meats. Oh, the shoot I missed earlier
That's
as well.
curious. I wonder what it's for. I don't need to hit that with a branch.
Let me see the hotspots. See if I'm missing something I can interact with.
Giuseppe Mitchell's
Yeah, so that's. Am I missing something in the park? Yeah, no. Oh, I don't know how else to interact with something to progress. Yeah.
I broke it off the tree. I don't need to hit that with a branch.
I thought maybe give it to the dog for chewing on, or I don't know.
Okay, I think there's enough glue on it. Wow.
Oh.
There's no way anyone will recognize me now.
Okay.
Hey boy, where's my uncle? Well, that clears that up.
Let's see if people have something else to say now, or if I can do something else.
Nice.
Thank you. It takes.
Bye.
Good day, young lady.
Don't try and sweet talk me.
Bye.
Can we get another?
Don't mind if I do. Now I can get rid of my amazing disguise.
Oh, so it was just to get the sweets. Okay. Will he take 2? The urchin?
You can have these if you give me that bird seed.
Alright, fair's fair. It's nearly all gone anyway. You drive a hard bargain.
It's nearly all gone, I don't know. That looks like quite a bit, but
A favorite of birds and mammals alike.
implying we can give it to the lemming.
In they go. Maybe I should light that fire now.
Come on, baby, light my fire. Question is, how do I light fire?
Stone cold. I need to light it with something. It's a prototype, and there's no gas.
Could I get gas from that lamppost?
It's not been lit yet. It's not been lit yet.
Maybe at night?
It's not long enough to reach the top on its own.
Oh.
Okay. Uh-oh. I feel all funny. Oh, great. Now I'm all big and hairy again. I need to sort out the antidote, and fast. It has an exposed, naked flame at the top. I'd need something very long if I wanted to interfere with it.
It's not long enough to reach the top on its own.
So we need something to extend the tree branch, or? Do let me know if I'm missing something obvious.
It's an oak tree.
Nice safe system. You were very close with the Laos puzzle earlier. It just takes slightly longer to trigger. Now you can get another humbug. Yeah. You mean if you mean a switch? Yeah, do that.
Oh, look at those little guys jumping around.
If I stood any nearer to them, I'd probably end up getting infested. Giuseppe.
How did I do this earlier?
Hey, some of the circus lice just crawled onto me.
Okay. And she was afraid of parasites?
She's worked here so long, she probably tastes like pie. Final stop, chaps. Meet your tasty new host.
Oh, me head's itchy. It feels like there's a ferret in me bonnet. Better let me scalp breathe a bit.
Oh? Ugh.
Okay. She smells a lot like pie.
So that's why she wears that bonnet. Okay, so we got a bonnet.
Okay. It looks very absorbent.
An absorbent bonnet. Wait.
It won't stay on the branch. That doesn't need a bonnet.
I thought like you put the bonnet on the tree branch and the bonnet absorbs the gas and then... Or puts... I don't know. No, it's already flammable. Yeah, we just need to put the bonnet in the fire with the stick, but...
I broke it off.
Can't quite combine.
It won't stay on the branch.
It won't stay on the branch. So it needs something else to keep it on the branch, but... What is the question?
Little pinkies. I don't have any money.
I don't have any money as usual in these games. Also, I still don't know what I need the feculent tankard for. Now
that would be a pretty nasty trick.
Oh,
Okay.
let's see if I can sniff so he turns around again, and then I put the feculent
I've sniffed him
tankard.
enough.
Oh no. Or do I just put it here?
Now that would be a pretty nasty trick.
So it's not what we need to do after all then. Can I go into the pub?
Nice
No,
door.
I thought so. Or maybe it's just in this form we can't. Few more things to pick up. You're on the right track, but you're missing another object. Yeah, I thought so, but I don't know what.
Okay. Nice door.
Yeah, so I can't go into any of the houses or places except for Uncle's lab. What item am I missing? I can't pick up the white poppy here for some reason.
That would be a waste of good sewage. That would be a waste.
He needs a handkerchief.
I think he'd prefer something less manky.
Look at the bench again. Oh, did I miss something on the bench?
It's occupied. It's occupied. It's bolted to the ground. It's occupied. I don't need to hit that with a branch.
I don't know what I can do with the bench.
Perfect for resting your drink on. Now that would... That doesn't need a bonnet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. At night. Okay, so
Okay.
apparently I need to look at the bench at night.
It's unoccupied. I don't have time to sit down.
There's no specific hotspot on it.
I don't need to hit that with a branch. I don't want to put more holes in them. That would be a waste of good sewage. That doesn't need a bonnet.
I'm still stuck. I don't know what to do
Okay.
right now. I don't know where I need to get what item. Or in other words, I don't know which item I need and I don't know how to get it. Yeah. Oh, I
The
didn't look
balding
at the
dog.
sign yet. The balding dog.
I don't need to use that. I don't need to hit that with a branch. It just screams barber. I don't need to hit that with a branch. That would be a waste of good sewage.
Yeah, sorry, Hardwich. I'm really not sure how to proceed right now.
Ooh, minty bum hugs.
Oh, only one per customer.
Yeah. Can't afford these. Don't know which... Well, I don't know what's in the juices that you can get at night. Don't know what to do with Pie Lady right now. Don't know what I can do here. Don't know what I can do here. If I can do anything here anymore.
Giuseppe Mitchell. Nice lice.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah. I don't know if I can't make any progress. I'm gonna have to switch to another game or maybe stop streaming for now since I'm getting tired. I would like to either make more progress on this game or maybe play, well, look at one more game. I don't know. Yeah. Hardwich, maybe look in the lab for more things. I feel like I've looked at everything in the lab. But maybe I can use one of the items I have with something here. The Bunsen burners out of gas.
It's got cold tea in it. No idea what's in
I
these
tried to
ones.
pick up the
I'll leave it here. Hair of the dog. I need to boil up water, opium and dog hair in a large crucible. Then drink it. I can hardly wait. That would be a waste of good sewage.
and charcoal. Can I pick up the charcoal?
Okay.
Oh, okay, so apparently I can pick up the charcoal.
That would make a mess. That would make a mess. I should probably attach them to something first. I don't want to put more holes in them. I don't want to put more holes in them.
So I can attach the stockings to something, but I have no idea.
It's full of... Not without cleaning it first.
Oh,
It's empty.
not without cleaning it first. Does it mean the tankard or the crucible? I don't know how to clean it. So I was on the right path with this lamppost.
That would make a mess.
There are at least 3 more things in there that you can pick up, I think. Use the sticks, take the sticks, put the charcoal in the funnel. I don't know which funnel, but okay, let's go do more in the lab then. I thought I had already tried to pick up stuff here.
Already. I don't want any cold tea. No, my uncle would kill me if I broke it. Why not?
Oh, now I can.
It's long and has a shiny knob.
Maybe I didn't try to pick it up after all.
I prefer one with a bit more snazz. Lovely. I've covered up its knob. That wouldn't achieve much.
So let's. Yeah, I thought I had tried to pick it up, but apparently not. So yeah, let's go to night.
Okay.
Oh, this time he fell to the left. I thought he usually fell to the right.
It's not long enough to reach the top on its own. Plus, it needs to be more flammable.
Needs to be more flammable, okay.
That wouldn't achieve much. I don't have anything to tie them together with. I don't want to put more holes in them.
So I need to tie the fancy cane with a bonnet together with the tree branch, and I need to make the bonnet more flammable.
That wouldn't achieve much. They look very fragile. Gently, gently.
Oh!
Bugger! One of the strings snapped off.
Ooh! I got a violin string. No! I shouldn't have changed time, I think, but now I can use...
Good idea. I'll use the violin string to tie something to this cane when I need to. Good idea. I'll use the violin string to tie something to this branch when I need to.
Okay, so I need to make the bonnet more flammable. Put the charcoal in the funnel. I don't think I've seen vodka, but there were juices. Which funnel here? Foot shoot.
They're powered by the lemming.
Oh!
It's a funnel.
This funnel! Oh, I totally missed that funnel. I mean, I missed that it was an interactable thing. Oh, it needs to find gauze?
It needs some kind of fine gauze to work properly.
Okay, we've got that. We've got the stocking.
That should help filter out any solid matter.
Oh, the feculent
It needs
tankard.
something to
Oh,
filter out all the solid particles and bacteria.
well. Charcoal.
Okay, in it goes. Oh man, this stuff honks. Look at that. Crystal clear. I'm still going to boil it first.
Crystal clear sewage water. Filtered water. Okay, so yeah, we need to put the water in the crucible.
In you go. It's just got water in it. It needs more ingredients.
We still need to make the bonnet more flammable. How? I would guess... Gas? Douse it in gas? Wasn't it already doused in those greases, in the greasy stuff here?
They look pretty tasty. I don't think that's hair tonic. That wouldn't achieve much. That's curious. I wonder what it's for. Okay.
It's not long enough to reach the top on its own. Plus, it needs to be more flammable.
That wouldn't achieve. Okay, I'll tie them together with this violin string.
Mr. Ricci with the bonnet.
It's not flammable enough. Maybe I should soak it with something. That doesn't need poking with a long stick, even with a bonnet stuck on the end.
Oh, so I need to figure out which...
It's clear and looks like all the others.
In all this stuff.
It's clear. It's clear. He looks entrepreneurial.
Oh, sniff, sniff, sniff.
This one doesn't smell familiar.
This one doesn't smell familiar. This one doesn't smell familiar.
Oh, none of them smell familiar?
This one doesn't. Not until.
Okay, so how do I learn what's in them?
Not until I know what's in it. Free samples. Not until I. He looks on. Okay.
I think Martin is trying to give some hint about vodka, but
Toffee plops, fizzy larks, gobble buggers, little pinkies. He looks entrepreneurial. Hello.
What free juice samples do you have at night?
We have an arsenic cleanser, a cyanide buzz, and a regular poppy juice. The problem is, they all look the same, so it's a lucky dip.
Bye.
See you later.
Okay.
okay, so he does always felt to left. For some reason I thought he usually felt it right. It's definitely these juice samples I need to do something with. I need to learn what they are, but...
Cheers.
Oh!
It's empty, but 100% grog resistant. Cheers. It's empty, but 100% grog resistant.
It says cheers, but the tankard remains empty.
Cheers.
I must be missing something again. Smell the poppy in the garden. Okay.
Je sais. Now that's a smell I won't forget in a hurry.
So I can't pick up the poppy for some reason, but I just have to smell it. It's a bit illogical, I think, but okay. So now we smell to see which one is the poppy juice, I guess?
This one doesn't smell familiar. This one doesn't smell familiar. This one smells like those poppies in the park.
Okay, so that must be the poppy juice.
I'll take this one. That doesn't need medication. That doesn't need.
So I guess that's the opium we need. But still need to figure out how to light the fire and get the dog hair then.
In you go. It's full of water and poppy juice, but it's missing a final ingredient.
Oh.
Okay.
Also, that one guy still needs a handkerchief. Oh, a doily. I can probably pick up. I want to look at the doily first. I miss the doily.
Soaking up spills.
Absolutely. These things will always be popular. Here you go. Dry your eyes with this.
Why, thank you. Right. I'm off to have my beard beautified. Goodbye, kind stranger.
The way he walks off.
He'll have a nice time at the barber's.
Very nice time. He'll have a good time.
It's no longer occupied.
Okay, so is there a reason we did that? Nothing's different here now.
Okay.
Didn't reward us with anything. I still need to find something to douse the bonnet with.
They're too dirty. I don't want to break into someone's house.
I'm still missing one thing or two things, probably. What's the word on the street? Pie might be nice around now. Yeah, it was a missed opportunity for another good time reference. Yeah, a pie might be nice, but how do I get a pie?
Pretty tasty. I don't have any money.
Don't have any money. Talk to?
Good day, young lady.
Don't try and sweet talk me.
Her voice and her appearance kind of remind me of Simon the Sorcerer. Characters in
You're
Simon the
completely
Sorcerer.
covered in pie grease, Mrs. Figgins.
It's to keep parasites.
What a precious little dress you have on.
Why, thank you.
You're looking absolutely radiant today, Mrs. Figgins.
Oh, stop it.
These pies smell absolutely divine. May I try one?
I'll think about it.
Oh.
You're truly glowing today, Mrs. Figgins.
Oh, you.
Please may I sample one of your pies?
Oh, go on then.
Okay, so we had to charm her, even though he has different thoughts. Holy pie. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
It's dripping with grease. Hang on, there's something metal sticking out of it.
Ooh.
Holy crap, that could have been nasty. I found it in my pie. Okay, now the bonnet's all greasy.
Okay, so I think we have the final items we need. Just let it turn to night. Get it on fire. Put the fire in on the crucible. Well, heat up the crucible, make it cook. And then get the dog's hair, I suppose.
This inside my cloak's going to be a delicate operation.
Yeah, so I would think as well. Okay, so we're near the end of this game, I think. We're about to finish our reversal potion. First,
I found it in my pie.
let's use the razor blades on the dog
Here,
if
boy,
we can.
don't move. Got some.
Okay, got
It
some
came
dog
off
hair.
my uncle's new dog.
Let's use the dog hair with the crucible.
In you go. Water, poppy juice, and a little pinch of dog hair. Perfect.
Oh, I accidentally skipped some text there. But well, let's put
Here we
on.
go.
Let's
That's
light
roaring
the
now.
charcoal. Roaring fire.
It's blazing nicely. Water, poppy juice, and a little pinch of dog hair. Perfect. I do believe it's ready.
Yay, it's ready, and we still have an
It's
oily
dripping
pie.
with grease.
Yeah, thanks.
It's empty, but 100% grog resistant. I don't want to make it all greasy. It smells a bit like that guy I met on the bench earlier.
Wow. Okay, so let's use a tankard with.
Right, let's
the
try
crucible.
it out. Hey, this doesn't taste too bad.
And another explosion. Oh,
Well, this is just dandy.
reversal
I did
indeed.
try to warn you.
Okay, so yeah, not a happy ending. Well, unless you want to be a dog. At least he's with his uncle. But yeah, that was really well done. Hair of the Dog, point and click adventure. Jolly well done, you have completed the game. Created from scratch in 2 weeks for AdventureXJam 2020. Yeah, great job, Tom Hardwich. You've been in chat. Also, great voice work from David Howard and Emma Hardwich. Yeah. Music by playonloop.com. Yeah. Do check out these Twitter channels. Twitter profiles, I mean. I'm guessing this is the game Tom Hardwich is working on, or maybe has released. I'll have to check it out. This is the adventure. Yeah, so that was very enjoyable. Cumberbund Bandersnatch presents. Yeah, cool. Great effort. Well done. 2 dogs, excellent ending. Yeah, it was a great game. Really enjoyed that. I am going to take it. Will I have my list still here? No, I have to go back to my list here. Remove the ones I've already played. Party Line, Coho. Welcome to the Funky Fair. Okay, so I've played 4 games. I think I'm gonna do one more. And I can either let fate, chance decide again which game I play, or I can play one that I know I want to play. Let's see how many. 11 viewers. Okay. Well, I really wanted. I really want to play the game. The Space Quest historian and his friend Torpedo Bear have made together. The end is nigh. This one is definitely not safe for work, and it contains some, content that could be considered uncouth. I don't know. It's got really messed up stuff, violence, sex, just crazy stuff. But from what little I saw of it, I feel like I have to play it. Let me go. Well, this one is also very much recommended. Intergalactic Wizard Force. Also, really want to show that off, but maybe next time, because I do want to do multiple of these streams in the coming days. But for tonight, I'm just gonna do one more, and then we'll leave it off. And I think, yeah. Let's see. Swarm of the Plague Babies. Oh, I also really want to play that one, Charlotte Gore's game. And Good What's Time 1 also looks interesting. But yeah, let's play The End is Nigh. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you must be 18 plus to view this content. Definitely. I definitely think. Oh, I can play it in browser. Okay, I do. This is an adventure in which you wake up one morning and find that you've been turned into a horse. Absolutely nothing of interest happens along the way. That is, unless you find any of the following things interesting: carrots, mind control, swarm of bees, helicopters, giant spiders becoming a flea, laying eggs in a cat's fur as a flea, meeting a woman horse, secret cabals, getting lost in the desert, having sex with other horses, soup. Oh, and you can meet a wizard who will explain everything to you, but only if you've seen the appropriate endings, then restarted and gone back. You can go back and visit him as many times as you want. But if you close the game and reload it, all your progress is lost. Just saying. Yeah, that's how it seemed to go as well for Welcome to the Funky Fair. So yeah, written by Truls Pleimert, aka the Space Quest historian, and Björn Uckels Bien Soenkaart, aka Torpedo Hair. Yep. If your sensibilities are easily offended, I recommend you stop watching the stream. And otherwise, I hope you will enjoy this ride with me. Herman woke up one morning convinced he was a horse. The day before had been going well, but he had increasingly become aware that his feet had turned into hoofs. Somewhere along the evening, he realized he had taken to walk on all fours around his kitchen, searching absent-mindedly for the carrots he deep down knew he hadn't bought. Now, as the morning sun shone through his window, he realized he was naked, covered with a light coat of fur, with a long tail and a spectacular mane. Also, his teeth had grown tremendously, his ears had moved to the top of his head, and he was no longer able to turn off his alarm without smashing his phone to pieces under the careless weight of his gigantic hoof. Herman wondered what he should do next. Have an epic panic attack? Call the doctor? Or go look for carrots? Okay, I'm gonna make this one. If people want to, they can vote on what we do. Yeah. Do we have a panic attack? Which, I mean, valid in these circumstances, or do we call the doctor, which I don't think is going to work out very well when we're a horse, or do we go look for carrots, which is what we seem to be which we seem to be wanting as a horse. No one's saying anything, so I'll probably have to make an executive decision. Yeah, well, let's go look for carrots. His hunger for carrots increasing with every ticking second, Herman clubbed his way into his kitchen. He knew full well there were no carrots. Up until sometime last night, he didn't even particularly like carrots. Now it was different. Preoccupied, didn't even come close to describing his insatiable need for carrots. It was as if his mind was obsessed with them. Perhaps, he thought, in the sparse and claustrophobic kitchen, a suitable substitute for carrots could be found. Let's check the fridge. Herman attempted and failed gloriously at getting one of his front hooves under the handle of the fridge. What happened instead was that he punched the fridge so hard it wobbled against the wall, teetering precariously for a few agonizing seconds before tipping over and collapsing in front of him with a cacophonous crash. This startled Herman to some degree, and he flinched. Flinching made his head spring upwards and collide with the doorframe he was currently standing under. This in turn caused him to flail and buck, seemingly against his own will, sending limbs and hooves flying into walls, door frames falling over refrigerators, and lastly window. Well, looks like we're breaking down our kitchen. Attempt to calm down. Oh, I didn't mean to. I meant to check chat again. Oh, hey! Thanks for the raid, Gemini. Yay! Welcome everyone. We are, I should probably warn you, we are playing a game that if you have sensitive sensibilities, you might not want to watch the stream. This one is a choose your own adventure-ish narrative game, which has potentially triggering content, I will say. So yeah, if you're not up for that right now, totally understandable. But we are going to continue. Somewhere in the back of Herman's horse brain, his once human mind kept telling him to calm down. That panicking wasn't going to make things any easier. That he was only making himself more agitated by becoming agitated. His horse brain, however, was fully in control of all his muscles, and his horse brain was shouting at him to panic harder. And so he did. Once the glass of the window had shattered, Herman's instincts informed him that he was under attack, and that escape was of the utmost importance. He attempted to turn and bolt in the opposite direction from where the loud noise came, but this proved impossible in the small and narrow hallway in which he stood. What happened instead was that his head collided hard with one wall, while his ass jammed against the shattered window, impaling itself on a shard of glass that had yet to fall from the window frame, causing a sting of sudden and sharp pain that sent Herman off on a very short but very eventful gallop through the sidewall of what used to be a 10-foot-long hallway. Well, it's breaking down his house entirely. Drywall and plaster and dust cascaded around him as he suddenly found himself staring through a horse torso-shaped hole into a lovely furnished sitting room. Ahead of him was what he dimly recalled being the front door of the house. I think we're going to run through the front door no matter what, but let's try to remain standing. As Herman gathered himself and coughed a little, he heard some commotion outside his front door. Okay, apparently we didn't run outside, but it sounded like a small group of people were right outside. He couldn't make out what they were saying, but he saw the doorknob twiddle. And then, just as he was processing what this might entail, the front door swung open. 3 people dressed in white lab coats came rushing through. One of them was brandishing a long pole with a sharp pin at the end. He heard the man in the back yell something unintelligible, and the person with the long pole rushed at him and stabbed the sharp end of the pole into his leg. Herman whined and tried to flail some more, but the horse-shaped hole he was standing in was too narrow to allow that. Instead, he slammed his head against a bit of drywall that had yet to fall from the ceiling. The drywall crumbled instantly, sending dust into his eyes, blinding him. It was then he noticed that the lower half of his body was going numb. Within seconds he felt his legs give way and his body hit the floor. The sensation only registered as the dull thud in his ribs before he lost all sensation and blacked out. Wait. Herman had no way of knowing, or indeed of comprehending, how long he was under. When he came to, he opened his eyes slowly. His surroundings were so bright all he could see was a white light. He was faintly aware of a voice whispering softly in his right ear. Let's listen to the voice. The voice was unfamiliar to him and spoke in a language he didn't understand. He would later come to learn that the voice was, in fact, speaking perfectly normal English, but his horse brain had forgotten how to interpret human language. Despite being incomprehensible to him, he found the voice soothing. The bright light around him began to dim, and he could begin to faintly make out his surroundings. Look around the room. The details of the room were still coming into focus, but he could tell it was a large room, although filled to the brim with whirring machinery. The room was enormous, and the ceiling stretched far, far above his head. With every passing second, he could make out more and more details. There were conveyor belts, stacks of crates, electronic machines with dials and lights that meant nothing to him but wistful fascination, and rows of cubicles. Much like the cubicle he suddenly realized he was standing in right now. He was surrounded by a small group of people wearing white lab coats. He could tell that one of them, just out of sight, was standing on a small pedestal, whispering continuously into his ear. Let's see the voice some more. The voice kept whispering softly in his ear. He still couldn't make out any words, or indeed focus on what words actually meant, but he knew it was soothing. He felt at ease. Then he felt a soft hand on his mane, stroking him gently. I have a feeling if Herman keeps calm, this is not going to end well for him, but I don't know what bucking widely would achieve here either, so Attempt fierce eye contact with someone. Could we make someone clear that he is a horse who used to be a human by eye contact? I assume no, but let's try. Herman scanned the crowd with his eyes and made eye contact with the person standing closest to him, a short, bespectacled, mousy-looking woman wearing a lab coat 2 sizes too big for her. He fixed his eyes on her insistently, refusing to blink. The woman returned his gaze and likewise refused to blink. She didn't smile. Eventually, she took a small step back, raised the clipboard she had been holding in her hand, and let her eyes fall down to the paper attached to it. With the pen in her other hand, she performed a little checkmark motion on the paper. The voice in his ear stopped. The person stepped down from the pedestal and joined the others. He vaguely recollected having seen a man before, but in his still groggy state he couldn't place him. Suddenly there was a bright flash of red light. Herman looked around to see where it was coming from. It was coming from a small machine that he had previously failed to notice. It was standing on a small table between 2 of the lab coat-wearing people. They had just moved slightly, allowing the nozzle of the machine to protrude between their lab coats, and that nozzle was emitting a very bright red light. One of the lab coat-wearing people lifted the machine up slightly and put his notepad under it. This caused the machine's light to shine directly into Herman's eyes. Herman did not like this one bit. I don't think anyone's behind him, but the game keeps giving this buck wildly option. I don't know, like, is he being researched or do they have nefarious plans with him, or do we have to be calm and nice, or do we have to panic and try to get out of here is a question. I'm just gonna keep seeing where it goes if we keep calm, whinny loudly. Herman's attempts to fight back proved futile. Unable to move, and with a bright red light shining directly into his eyes, Herman was beside himself with panic. Until a loud voice shouted at him, "Stay calm!" Oh, he can understand this voice. Herman was so surprised at hearing a voice he could understand that he immediately froze. If you don't stand still, this will just take longer. Herman suddenly recognized the voice. It was the same voice he had heard in his living room, yelling at the man to stab him with a pointy stick. I guess stand still? Good, good. You are beginning to relax, said the voice. Herman was not relaxed at all, but as the voice continued, he found himself becoming strangely calm by it. We are trying to reformat your brain, continued the voice. There was an accident. You weren't meant to have left the lab so soon. Oh. None of this made any sense to Herman. He could only watch as his kidnapper, a short man with stubbly beard and thin hair, approached him slowly, his voice softening as he got closer. This will all be over soon, he said, reaching out and touching Herman's jaw delicately. The red light seared into Herman's eyes. His headache, which had all but subsided and was about to consign itself to the status of an unpleasant memory, suddenly returned in full force. Herman's eyes closed, his jaw tensed, and his throat made a squealing sound unlike anything he had ever heard any beast or man make before, I guess. The beam seemed to pierce his skull, making direct contact with his brain and stimulating only the places where headaches were made. Just when it felt like he could bear it no longer, the beam shut off. His head dropped for a second or two, then relaxed. He cautiously opened his eyes. A crowd of people were still there. The man, now standing inches away from his face, leaned forward and gently kissed him on the nose. That's a good horse, he said. Whinny, grunt, coo, mumble, neigh, speak. They reformatted his brain. Did they make him completely hoarse now? Or The other way? That's a good horse. I mean, this doesn't seem. This seems dangerous, but speak. Oh, okay. Who are you? Herman said, and the fact that he said this with a human voice startled him as much as it did the crowd, which gasped and took back half a step back. The man said, "I'm Dr. Hirschenbecker. Welcome back, Herman." Okay. Where am I? Who are those people? What's happened to me? Can you let me go, please? These all sound like very good questions. But what's happened to me seems the most pertinent. What's happened to me? Asked Herman, his voice trembling. All in due time, my friend, said the doctor with a smile that was soothing and nefarious all at the same time. You didn't really answer my question. The doctor turned around to face the crowd, some of whom were still staring at Herman, mouth agape. My friends and colleagues, said Hirschenbecker, today marks a historic occasion. He took a long stride to the left of Herman and splayed out his right arm in a dramatic gesture. Here you see before you, he continued, his voice becoming louder and more grandiose, the fruits of years and years of hard scientific labor. No more will we be looked down upon by the naysayers and the arrogant know-it-alls of medical science. He took a grand step forward. His arm shot up towards the ceiling, finger pointed sharply and nothing in particular. For today, we will finally be taken seriously. Can you let me go now, please? Herman began to say something, but Dr. Hirschenbecker turned on his heel in a dramatic twirl and looked him straight in the eye. And you, my fine friend, said the doctor, smiling again, although this time in a slightly unnerving fashion, will be the key to our future success. Your success is what? Said Herman weakly. The doctor leaned in close, mere inches from Herman's face. He could feel the doctor's breath warm his nostrils. We, whispered the Dr. Hirschenbecker, are horse whisperers. What the fuck? What? They are horse whisperers and they turn a human into a horse? For which reason? I don't think the mailing release is going to get us anywhere. I think this is the time to buck wildly for sure. Herman found new strength to once again tear and pull at his restraints. Once again, I didn't do it yet, but okay. You can't escape, said Hirschenbecker firmly. And do you know why? You're insane, said Herman, continuing to struggle. Hirschenbecker ignored him. I said, do you know why? Herman didn't answer. Hirschenbecker continued. You used to be a man. Now you are a horse. And you will usher in a new age for my profession. You will bridge the gulf of man-horse relationships for generations to come. And you know why? Because you're not a job. Because you can't get a real job. Because you can't find real friends. Because you can't get a real job. Because, said Herman, but Hirschenbecker interrupted him. Because, said the doctor tersely, I'm sick of not being taken seriously. Just then, Herman heard another voice, this one from the crowd. I've seen enough, said the voice. No. I've seen enough, said the voice. A woman sprung from the back of the crowd, throwing her lab coat and notepad into the air and brandishing a gun. I've seen enough! I've seen enough! I'm trying to do a little voice acting here. I've seen enough, said the voice. A woman sprung from the back of the crowd, throwing her lab coat and notepad into the air and brandishing a gun, all in a single flourishing movement. The shot from a gun rang out and reverberated loudly. Everyone except Herman hit the floor, covering their heads. Go! The woman yelled. Run! Suddenly Herman felt it. He felt free. The woman had shot his restraints off. As Herman leaped into the air on his hind legs, basking in his newfound freedom, he felt the leather straps that previously secured him in place fall from his body. He only vaguely saw Hirschenbecker raise himself up on his elbow and heard him shout, You don't know what you've done! Or, You don't know what you've done! Yeah, that's better. Before he leapt into a gallop, trampling Hirschenbecker's head against the concrete floor with a sound like a very wet coconut cracking. Oh, yay, we killed Herschenbecker. The last words he remembered hearing were the woman shouting, "Go, you magnificent creature! Run free!" And run free he did, trampling a few other hoarse whispers and lab coats, and knocking over beeping and blinking machines as he rushed towards the open doors at the far end of the room. Run free. Herman crashed through the opening without losing his speed. He galloped across the paved parking lot into the foothills of a nearby grass area and onwards into the forest. He never found out who the lady was or why she had helped him, but he owed her a debt of eternal gratitude. Now, for the first time in about a day or so, he was free to run wherever he wanted, do whatever he wanted, free and unhinged. He felt so elated and liberated. 3 months later, he died from horse syphilis. The end. Okay, this is one of the simple endings. I think the horse rescue. He got rescued. Got rescued. We got out. But this game gets far more dark and absurd and what the fuck, like in other endings or other paths. But yeah. So yeah, it's choose your own adventure. Like Sam, you'll have to make other choices. I don't know if it's really if I really want to do more right now. Like you should probably discover it all for yourself. But I don't know. I'm tired, but maybe one more path, maybe. Now that says gonna go play the games with mom. Have a good stream. Yeah, well, we're running soon, but let's do one more path. So again, Herman has become a horse and wonders what to do next. Have an epic panic attack or call a doctor. Have an epic panic attack. Unable to keep the horror of his transformation at bay, Herman's heart started beating like a war drum, played by Chinchilla on amphetamine. As his heart rate rose, so did his breathing, and he soon lost his balance and fell to the ground, hyperventilating badly. Stand up or cry out for help. Cried for help. Disoriented and in full alert, Herman mustered all the energy he could to cry out to his neighbors for help. But instead of screaming, "Someone help! Someone help me!" he was whinnying. Hearing himself whinny instead of speaking made Herman panic even more than he already was, and he thrashed about his bedroom feverishly. Let's leave the apartment. Oh! Herman kicked open the door to his apartment and ran out into the streets, where he was promptly shot dead by a police officer on patrol at the end. Okay, so that's just a simple death ending. I don't think that's a special ending. Let the panic spiral. White. Then gray were all he saw, until they turned black, deep in his subconscious. As he drifted further into his mental darkness, Herman felt an emotional paradox growing within the center of his self. Spiral out? Though it seemed counterintuitive, Herman found a sudden peace in his equestrian fate, but the peace came through the source of his terror. It was as though there was a direct cause and effect between the amount of existential and psychological terror Herman let himself experience and the amount of inner peace that it brought to his troubled mind. The peace and terror swirled around like a spinning ball, dancing a well-choreographed dance, giving energy to each other, seemingly without losing any, making the ball grow ever in equal measure, and as they spun, the paradoxical ball was soon visited upon by three new emotions: a curiosity, a hope, and a niggling doubt. The curiosity trotted around the paradox and nibbled on it with bright colors of green, yellow, and pink, followed by a shimmer from the hope, silver and platinum glitter, like light reflecting in an invisible source of water, adding uncounted patterns to the curiosity's colorful blaze, which in turn was interrupted by the ambling gate of the niggling doubt's systemic flicker of red and blue, highlighting discrepancies in the colors of the hope and curiosity, turning them ultramarine and crimson with each monotone flicker. So we either write the spiral to the end with focus on curiosity and hope, or write the spiral to the end with focus on the niggling doubts. Let's focus on curiosity and hope. Herman ignored the doubt and focused on hope and curiosity, letting them play. As they played, they fed each other like the terror and peace of the paradoxical ball still swirling beneath them. This made them grow steadily brighter, releasing them from the oppressive red and blue ample of the niggling doubt, forcing it to speed up into a canter. As it did so, the doubt lost more and more power over its emotional siblings, but simultaneously gained increasing independence from them. And as the shimmer of hope and brightly colored nibble of curiosity grew ever more daring, they soon turned from shimmer and nibble into an audacious glare and a gluttonous bite. And the niggling doubt went into full gallop. Unreignable, the doubt moved so fast it went by the audacious hope and the gluttonous curiosity, quickly reaching the paradoxical ball, shifting the balance towards terror. Exit the spiral in a state of absolute terror. Herman's consciousness was yanked back into the terrifying reality it had fled from, this time in a state of supernatural terror. His heart ached with every beat, and the pain increased until it felt like it was literally tearing at the seams. The muscles around his mouth contorted, spasmed and contracted until they locked themselves in a perpetual cramp, and Herman let out a final pained whinny. Later, when the police bursted the door down after being called by the neighbors complaining about the smell, what they found made the youngest officer throw up on the spot. Herman's body was so contorted from the cramps and spasms that he had torn every muscle fiber, and his skin was colored in a sickly palette of purples, blues, and yellows with black dots of clotted blood. The only thing breaking the visual cacophony of lesions was a huge, wide, permanent grin. The end. Wow. Okay. That was messed up. If I go back and focus on the niggling doubt. Herman focused on his niggling doubt as it steadily ambled its way into his hope and curiosity. Its colors were so saturated and rich that he found it impossible to divine its purpose, and its source remained opaque. For a short time, Herman felt a Vanta Black fear speeding the edges of the doubt, but through his focus, Herman kept the doubt from speeding up, and soon he had an idea. Using the brightness of the curiosity, he asked what it was doubting with an open mind, and when it gave its answer, he applied the shimmer of his hope to disrupt its monotony, keeping it from repeating itself. To his great relief, it worked. His doubt told him he was worried that the piece in the center of the ball was nothing but a mare's nest, and that the terror would win. Unable to repeat itself, the doubt became a healthy skepsis, and the balance in the paradoxical ball shifted towards peace. Exit the spiral in a state of absolute peace and love. Herman's mind slowly flowed back into his body, and he could feel his muscles relaxing. The panic subsided, and the separation of mind and body steadily diminished. As he awoke, he accepted his new body, piece by piece. Hello, hoof, he thought to himself. Hello, other hoof. And hello to the hoofs in the back as well. Hello, mane. Hello, muzzle. And hello, tail. As Herman embraced himself, he playfully started talking to his pieces with increasing poetic glee. Hello, Crest, you're the best. What's that groove? Yes, I love you too. Hello, Chestnut, you wonderful thing. I love all the support you bring. What's that, Heel? How do I feel? I feel strong like a fallen monarch. Thanks for asking. Thanks to Cannon Form Gaskin. I love my body from throat latch to fetlock. All pieces of me shall join me in self-loving wedlock. Herman continued his rhyme until all pieces of his body had been loved, and soon found himself thinking, what now? We've noticed that leaving the apartment is not a good idea, at least it wasn't previously. Have a nap? Nay, joyfully. Not immediately sure what would be the best thing to do here. Let's neigh joyfully. I can neigh. Leave, have a nap. Neigh joyfully and shake me. Again, Herman neighed while shaking his mane from side to side. Had there been any witnesses, they would surely have filmed him and posted it on the internet with the hashtag wholesome. Have a nap? Transitioning from human to horse had been an exhausting experience, and Herman felt the time was ripe for a good long nap. He rather awkwardly laid down and tried to find out where he should put his head. Where does Herman rest his head? On the floor or on his butt? Butt seems more interesting. Oh! Herman rested his head on his butt and quickly dozed off to Neverland. Night. Unlike his panic-induced how true his subconscious had just been true, Herman dreamed of much more palpable things and emotions and their colors. He trotted happily through meadows of grass made out of the finest celery. Here he met a group of stallions that challenged him to a race, just for the fun of it, to see who was the fastest stallion in Neverland. Silly fools, Herman thought to himself. This is my dream. They don't stand a chance. And with an indulgent smile, he agreed to the race. And truly so, unrestricted by the laws of physics. Herman ran faster than any of the other stallions. In fact, he ran faster than the speed of sound. Herman neighed gleefully. The other stallions just snorted in a scoffing manner, but accepted their defeat and trotted off. Herman didn't have much time to gloat, though, because the second the stallions were out of earshot, and neigh behind him caught him by surprise. What surprised him most was that this was not the neigh of a stallion. This was not a brute snorting, no. This was a sneak neigh. A beautiful neigh. A neigh that conveyed a fragile yet strong sensibility. A neigh that could kill you with kindness. In short, this was what Norah Jones, the jazz musician, would sound like if she was a horse. Keep sleeping. Herman turned around, and much to his great surprise, what stood in front of him was what Norah Jones would look like if she was a horse. A beautiful horse with a long curly mane, a sweet grin, and disarming eyelashes. Hi, said Herman with a big dumb smile, transfixed by the beautiful countenance of the mare in front of him. Hi, she replied with a smile. Herman didn't know what else to say, so just stood there for a few seconds before falling to say, Hi, again, this time with an even bigger and exponentially dumber smile. The mare let out a giggling when he said, You sure showed those other stallions who was the fastest, didn't you? Yeah, I did, Herman said, now waking up from his hypnosis and remembering that this was his dream, which gave him a stronger sense of confidence. I'm wondering how he's aware it's a dream, but okay. Do you like the fast horses? He said flirtatiously. The mare neighed in embarrassment and continued, I do. I find them so inspiring. Herman liked where this was going. Keep dreaming. So, is your name as beautiful as your muzzle? Herman asked and punctuated the sentence with a brisk whisk of his mane, the horse equivalent of a cockily raised eyebrow. Well done. Well, I don't know about that, says the mare coyly, but it's Toke Blanche. Wow, said Herman impressed. That is surely a beautiful name. My name is Herman. Hi, Herman, said Toke Blanche. What do you say we go for a little trot? I have some other friends I want you to meet. Keep dreaming. Herman and Toke Blanche trotted side by side towards the nearest forest opening, where they went down a dark pathway illuminated by floating bioluminescent carrots. Just a little further, said Toke Blanche. I think Blanche, yeah. That's what it's supposed to be there. Leading Herman down the path. As he walked behind her, Herman felt a strange tingle in his barrel. Ah, here we are, she exclaimed. Come along, Herman, and say hi to my friends. Herman and Toke Blanche stepped from the pathway into a clearing in the forest. In the clearing there stood three mares, one black, one brown, and one white. Keep dreaming. Herman trotted into the middle of the forest and reared on his hind legs in a majestic display of masculinity. The four mares circled Herman and snorted lustfully as he kickboxed the air with his front hooves with impressive legs and sound. Kickboxing. Go on, ladies, said Toque Blanche. Introduce yourself to Herman. The black mare took a step forward and said, My name is Shartiaf Alam, the Arabian Nightmare. The brown mare took a step forward and said, Hajime Mashide, Shokushu-san to mu shimasu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. So I'm guessing the brown mare is called Shokushu. And finally the white mare stepped forward and said, Hello, Governor. My name is Elni de Brit. No, that's really... Hello, Governor. My name is Elena de Brit. Yeah, that was a bit better, I think. So we can choose who to dream on with. Apparently we can't dream on with Toque Blanche. Or we can realize that continuing down the rabbit hole of the horse's sexual and culturally insensitive REM sleep fantasies has no impact on the plot whatsoever, and you're supposed to wake up to progress the story. I like that. But who shall we dream on with? I want to dream on. I'm wondering if anyone's still watching. It's yeah. Oh. I'm interested in the... Oh, I see an insect on my ceiling that I should deal with later, if it's still there. I'm most interested in the British mare and the Japanese mare, I think. Also, yeah. Well, let's try the Arabian Nightmare. Hey, trolls, I've been on this game for... I don't know, half an hour, a bit more of half an hour. I got through the horse rescue ending, I assume, where he was in laboratory and there was that doctor. The horse whisperer is completely insane, and he got rescued by some woman who shot him free, and we didn't know who she was, but we did that ending, and now I'm going through. Well, first was Panic. He panicked himself to death first. We also ran out and got shot by a police officer. And now we're in this path, and the troll says, the horse whisperer ending was my path. This horsey, sexy path is Torpedo Bears. I had that feeling, yeah. But I'm wondering who to dream on with, because I want to see where to dream leads. Even though realize that's funny. There's an insect there, but it's too high for me to deal with right now. I'm afraid it might fall. Basically, from the start, we split up. If you look for carrots, that's me. If you have a panic attack, it's TB. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it's all been really well written so far. This has definitely had some more spelling errors, which made me think, okay, it was TBs. But it's still very well written. I don't know, it's all great. It's all great. But yeah. So this is the option I'm like least inclined to go for. So maybe that's the option I should go for. All right, you asked for it. Or all right, you asked for it. Herman and Shartahif gathered off together, and the forest disappeared beneath their hooves. A sense of cumin and myrrh filled his nostrils, and soon they were floating high above the ground, with a flying carpet swirling below them. Shartahif nibbled Herman on the ear, and he whinnied with pleasure. The air was cool and fresh, which stood in stark contrast to the heat from their excited horse bodies. Shartahif floated underneath Herman and faced him. As he looked at her, he realized that she was truly the nightmare. Her fur was blacker than it was before, and the trillion stars sparkled deep within each strain of hair. Herman embraced her as much as a horse can embrace anybody, and they melted into each other. As Herman penetrated Shartahif, it was like he had sex with every galaxy in the universe at the same time. And as he climaxed, the air filled with Arabian flutes, playing a Byzantine scale version of Smoke on the Water. Oh my god, that is awesome. I want to hear that. And then he woke up. Herman woke up from his much-needed slumber and stood up with ease. Feeling fresh and well-rested, he quickly dashed through the door to his apartment and ran into the streets. Apparently, we can finally leave the apartment now without getting shot. 9. I'm still getting confused on if it's neighing or 9, but I'm pretty sure it's neighing. Neighing gleefully at the terrified people running away from him in all directions and desperately scrambling for their phones to call the authorities. Herman hardly noticed the sirens of the animal police rushing towards him, and before he knew it, a tranquilizer dart knocked him out cold. When Herman opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a bed of hay in a well-kept stable. As he stood up and looked around the room, he saw other horses who all greeted him heartily. An old farmer with a silvery, rugged, bushy, I think we've seen someone with a silvery, rugged, bushed beard before. Is that a wizard? That used to be pitch black, stepped into the stable and fed Herman the most delicious carrots he had ever tasted. He also gave his mane a combing. Well, glad to see you're awake, Dashing Rocket, said the farmer. My name is not Dashing Rocket, it's Herman, Herman tried to say. But instead he snorted so brusquely that it blew the old farmer's straw hat half off his head. The farmer laughed heartily. Ha ha! Ha ha! Okay, you don't like the name. We'll find another then, he said and smiled a comforting smile. I tell you one thing, the farmer continued. I would just love to hear how you ended up in the big city. Maybe one day I will. But for now, let's get you some exercise. Okay, so he's not the wizard after all, it's just some farmer. And with that, he opened Herman's booth and took him out for a nice trot. And Herman found happiness for the rest of his days. The end. Okay. I don't know how far I'd have to go back to find another interesting path, or if I just have to restart from the beginning again. I got the good ending, apparently. Apparently this is a good ending. Igfu says, I need to invent some new profanity, because the old favorites aren't going to cut it in this situation. I was actually about to end the stream, but I guess since now some folks are in chat interested in seeing some of this game, we'll keep going. Let's restart from the beginning. Okay, so this is Torpedo Bears, and this is Space Quest Historians. I haven't tried to call the doctor yet. Let's see what that does. Herman thought of calling his doctor, but he couldn't remember the phone number. Regardless, he swung after the phone that was lying on a small nightstand with his left hoof, sending his leg straight through the nightstand and shattering the phone against the floor. Herman was rather agitated by this. He was also still hungry. Okay, so yeah, that's not really a path. We just need to do one of these options. Let's go look for carrots. Last time I checked the fridge. This time let's check the cupboards. Herman swung his monstrous hoofs in the direction of the kitchen cabinets and knocked a hole straight through them. Jars, covered containers, plates, cups, drinking glasses, little forgotten packets of powdered bayonnaise sauce and taco spice all exploded in an instant along splintering wood and chunks of drywall. Herman had his eyes closed as the loud clattering continued for quite a while. When the sound of things breaking finally died down, he cautiously opened his eyes. The cupboard he had aimed at was no longer there. Neither was the wall it had been hanging from. Both of those were in a lot of pieces on the kitchen floor and floor below, on the kitchen counter and floor below. What was there instead was a jagged, irregularly shaped hole straight through his house. My mom asks a question. Have to respond quickly. On the other side was a bright green meadow. A sandpapered path snaked its way into the distance over a small hill and tapered off into the distance. Now, it could be rewritten a little better, but okay. On either side of the path were bizarrely shaped purple trees and bright orange flowers. Seeing as Herman's place of residence was located in the inner city in a small and frankly quite cramped residential area full of terrace houses, this was not the view he was expecting. If anything, the whole should have revealed a small fence and a direct view of his next-door neighbor's brick wall. He was also not expecting oversized, brightly neon-colored bee to fly through the gaping hole and start addressing him in a deep, reassuring voice. "You're Herman, right?" That doesn't really sound reassuring. "You're Herman, right?" Close enough. Herman just looked at the bee dumbfounded. It buzzed gently and flew in a little circle before continuing. "Please come with me," it said. "I'm sure you have many questions." The bee flew back through the hole and down the sand-colored path. Follow the bee or go back to your bedroom and go back to sleep. Let's follow the bee. With a small amount of trepidation, Herman clapped his way over the wreckage of his kitchen counter through the hole in his wall. He was surprised to smell the air in the brightly colored meadow. It smelled sweet and sugary, like a field of candy canes. The bee buzzed lazily in front of him, moving down the path at a pace that was easy to keep up with. Excuse me. Herman had plenty of time to admire the scenery around him. From behind one of the purple trees scurried a rabbit-looking creature. It was bright pink and made a squeaky noise like a small inflatable toy. "Nice, nice place, isn't it?" said the bee. "Yes," replied Herman absent-mindedly. "It's it's not far," continued the bee. "We're almost at a place where you will have your answers." Herman was also only half listening. He couldn't take his eyes off the pink bunny. Do we continue following the bee or do we chase the rabbit? No, that's a good question. Call the doctor triggers something later in the game. Oh, okay. The cupboards is the longest and weirdest path, I think. Oh, actually, no. Check fridge, then run out the front door and free the other horse from the van. Yeah, I did check fridge, but I didn't run out of the front door. Yeah, so that would be the other path. That's a long, weird path. The other paths are very mundane. Which paths aren't horse-born? Mine are more stream of consciousness death fests. TBs have horse-born, yeah. We just had a little bit of horse-born, so it was kind of mild. Yeah, the Japanese horse has the best sex scene, I would imagine. So, yeah, but so these are all stream of consciousness death fests. Following the bee, I'm not sure if I trust the bee, but I don't know about the rabbit either. Let's chase a bee. Let's chase a rabbit, I mean. Herman was still hungry, although the bunny bore no resemblance to a carrot. It looked delicious. Herman broke away from the bee's trajectory and made a sharp turn into the grass. The bee stopped, buzzed angrily, and shouted, "No!" But it was too late. In no time, Herman had caught up with the rabbit and pinned it off under one of his hooves. Without thinking, and with sharp, startling viciousness, he bent down, clamped his teeth over the rabbit's head, and jerked his head and, resultantly, its head away. A steady stream of brightly pink-colored goo spewed from the bunny's exposed neck. Herman chewed down on the soft head and his teeth went straight through, like the bunny's skull was made of jelly. Goo oozed from down his chin. The bee was shrieking, "No! What have you done?" But Herman could barely hear it. He also barely sensed that the bright colors of the meadow had faded to a dark purplish tone. The light that had shone from the sky had disappeared, and grey clouds had formed in its place. As Herman chewed and chewed, the trees around him withered and sunk into the ground. The grass turned ashen and blew away in the sudden gusts of wind that swept over the meadow. Herman finally swallowed and looked up. In front of him stood a man clad in a wizard's robe. "You've got some explaining to do," said the wizard sternly. And now, I think I know what happens if you try to eat a wizard. And I'm sure it doesn't end well. I have no idea what would happen if you apologize to the wizard. I would assume that's the path where the wizard explains what's going on. But maybe I already missed that by not following the bee. Let's try to eat the wizard. The wizard looked nothing like a carrot either, except for the top of his pointy wizard head, which was good enough for Herman. He leapt upon his hind legs and violently kicked the wizard square in the ribs. The wizard staggered back, the wind knocked out of him, and he collapsed onto his back. In less than a second, Herman was on top of him, one hoof pinning the wizard's arm down to the accompanying sound of bones cracking. Herman's head dove once again, and he ferociously clamped his teeth around the wizard's head. The wizard screamed, but not a painful scream, and suddenly Herman's mouth was stung. Not once, yeah, I knew this was where it was going. Oh, yes. Oh, not once, but a lot. There was a loud buzzing sound coming from inside of him and every part of his mouth, from the roof of his tongue. No, from the roof to his tongue and further down his esophagus. Felt like thousands of red-hot pins had pricked him. Bees. His mouth was full of bees, and they were stinging him all the way down to his lungs and his stomach now. Herman threw himself backwards, landing on his side, his legs kicking everywhere. His mouth was open and trying to scream, but couldn't. His mouth was swelling up from many stings, and he could feel more blisters forming on the way down. He couldn't breathe. He could feel the swarm inside his stomach make their way even further down. He felt the unwelcome sensation of his bowels filling up. All the while stinging. So much stinging. Quickly, the pressure in his colon grew to unbearable proportions. His rectum shot forth a cloud of angry buzzing bees, along with the spray of his own feces. The swarm hovered for a brief moment before flying over his switching body to his head, then diving down and flying back in through his still open mouth to repeat the process all over again. Herman remained alive and in great pain for at least 3 of these rounds, before he finally suffocated from the painful blisters blocking his airways somewhere in the middle of round 4. The end. Okay, so I had already read that bit, so I knew this happened, this bee death, but that was very satisfying. Let's go back and see what happens if we apologize to the wizard. I'm sorry, said Herman, bowing his head. Goo still dripped from his chin. We are very, very disappointed in you, said the wizard sternly. We were going to tell you everything. Now? The wizard sighed deeply, then took a step back. Now, you must go. Herman looked up. The wizard was pointing back towards the path, but in the opposite direction they had been going. He was pointing back to Herman's house. Herman looked at the hole hanging impossibly in the middle of the air, through which he could see the remains of his kitchen and a small cramped hallway. Herman looked back at the wizard. The wizard kept pointing at the hole. Herman sighed, bowed his head again, and started walking back towards the hole. Jump back through the hole or try one last apology. Try one last apology. Herman turned around and looked at the wizard and bee. I really am sorry, he said. They did not reply. They just kept pointing. The world around them was grey and dead. They just kept pointing. Herman sighed. Well, we know how this ends. Jump back through the hole. Suddenly, Herman clopped back through the hole. Impossibly, the hole in his wall closed behind him. Bricks and mortar reformed behind him in a smooth motion until the wall was solid again. Herman sighed. He felt like he had just been on the cusp of a solid answer. He clopped over the few feet of kitchen floor, across the broken glass and splintered wood of his cupboard, into his hallway, where a voice startled him. We were wondering if we'd got the wrong house, said a female voice. Herman looked up to see a pointy stick being jabbed somewhere in his chest area. A numbness spread quickly through his body, and he lost consciousness to the sight of a woman in lab coat smiling at him. Okay, so I probably have seen this already, but it might go differently this time. In the murky depths of his subconscious mind, Herman vaguely sensed the notion that he was being carried somewhere. It was as if he was drifting in and out Any contact with the nerves of his limbs. Okay, I'm guessing it was as if he was drifting in and out of any contact with the nerves in his limbs. I had a bit of an issue parsing that sentence for a moment. Sometimes he would be able to feel the slightest pull and twist of his body. Other times he would lose sensation in his body altogether. He was unable to open his eyes, but after a short while, he deduced that the times when he lost all sensation of his body coincided with a short registry of his head hitting the hard surface. What? Wake up, keep resting. Keep resting. As his consciousness slowly started to creep in and the passages of total body numbness began to subside, Herman decided his best course of action would be to remain still and keep his eyes closed. This ruse proved increasingly difficult to maintain, as the repeated thumps on his head began to register pain with increasing intensity. Every time his head would knock against something, the slow but persistent throbbing in the back of his head would increase by a small percentage, eventually manifesting itself in the steady pounding of an immense headache. Let's continue to pretend to be asleep. Eventually, the repeated knocks on his head caused Herman to actually fall asleep. When he woke up an indeterminate amount of time later, he was a bit surprised to find the notion of the vehicle absent. He was somewhere else now. Okay, apparently he was in a vehicle. That wasn't even quite clear to me, but okay. He opened his eyes, but they had been in darkness for so long that all he could see was a bright white light. The only sound was a voice whispering softly in his right ear. Okay, so now it seems like we're back at the Horse Whisperer lab or whatever it is. Buck Wildly. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the same. Yeah. As I suspected, I'm now on the same path I've already been on. Did I mention the horse has a great sex scene? Do you want me to go back to the horse sex scene? Yeah, okay. So let's go back. Actually, I want to go back to follow the bee. First, as he followed the bee down the path, more brightly colored wildlife danced alongside the trees on both sides of him. Deer, bears, sheep, and more bunnies, all in bright neon colors, all delicious looking. They rounded a bend in the path that took them down a fenced area. The fence looked rickety and like it was made of painted cardboard. Behind the fence was a field of bright orange carrots. Herman was salivating at this point. He barely heard the bee talking about something Holyfield something. Okay, so what happens if you eat the carrots? Herman made a sharp course correction and leaped over the fence. He didn't clear the fence entirely, but as he surmised, the fence was more for show than anything. The brill would instantly disintegrate upon contact with the front of his leg. Herman wasted no time in diving his head into the field of delicious orange carrots. He pulled out two and gobbled them up, chewing only once or twice before swallowing, then diving his head back down. All this time the bee was screaming at him to stop. But he didn't stop. He ate more carrots. He didn't even see that the bright colors of the... Yeah, it's again... dying, whatever place he's in. As Herman gluttonously devoured the carrot fields. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you've got some explaining to do. I think this is the same as if you eat a bunny. Probably. Yeah. That's the same. And this will go to the bees. Yep. Okay, so that doesn't lead to another death. I was hoping maybe it led to another death, but it's the same. Continue following bee. After a few more minutes of walking, Herman saw the path come to an end in front of a small but impressively structured cottage. The cottage looked like someone had taken several cute little wooden cottages and glued them somewhat haphazardly on top of each other, then topped the final one off with an impossibly large mushroom head made of straw. The door to the hut opened and a man wearing a wizard's robe emerged. "Come in," said the wizard warmly. "I've made you a carrot soup." The smell wafting from the cottage was irresistible. Herman increased his walk to a barely measured trot. The bee flew aside to let him pass. The door wasn't quite wide enough to let all of Herman's body fit through, but his head and neck could just about fit through the opening. It was just as well because, as it turned out, the inside of the hut was far too small to realistically fit a fully grown horse. The wizard went into the back of the room, which was only a few feet away, and bent over a small cauldron suspended inside a stone fireplace. He returned moments later carrying a large ladle with a steaming liquid in it. The liquid smelled delicious and carroty. "Have some soup," said the wizard. It is hot soup. I wonder if that's a problem. I wonder what... Well, we know where Have the Wizard leads. But what if we refuse the soup? I'm gonna check if this is the bees again. Oh my god. I want to fuck the wizard, but first let's see what Eat the Wizards does. Oh no, this is a different death. Herman snapped his teeth at the wizard, for, as it turned out, it was the wizard that smelled most delicious. The wizard sadly was out of Herman's reach, and Herman couldn't squeeze any further through the door. The wizard's smile faded, replaced with a stern face that betrayed a deep sorrow. "You disappoint me, Herman," he said, "so close to the answers you seek." Lurching forward in a sudden, startling motion, the wizard grabbed Herman's mane with surprising strength, keeping his head from retracting through the door. With his other hand, he deftly turned the ladle of soup around and plunged the blunt end into and through Herman's right eye. Herman squealed and wailed as the blood spurted from his eye, but the wizard held his head tight. Then, turning the ladle again, the wizard poured the hot soup into Herman's eye socket. Ah! Herman collapsed, wailing and moaning in pain. The wizard held onto his mane and jerked him forward, causing Herman to get stuck in the doorway, unable to move. The wizard then calmly walked back to the cauldron to replenish the ladle, then returned to pour more soup into Herman's scorching eye. What the fuck? This wizard, really, he plays by his own rules, and if you don't, well, fuck you, and he's going to kill you in a gruesome way. This continued for quite some time, before Herman passed out and eventually died. What the fuck? But, we can fuck the wizard? I want to fuck the wizard. The B-Def was so much fun, I used it twice. How can you top the first one? I mean, I don't know. I know there are different deaths, so it could have been a different one, or you could have done it in a different way. I don't know. But I know you only made it in like a week together with Torpedo Bear, so already great work anyway. Were you not paying attention? Your body couldn't fit through the door. You can't fuck the wizard. Gee, you're weird, you know. Okay, back to the story. Just eat the damn soup. So what if we refuse the soup? Herman was tempted by the warm orange soup being held under his nose, but he closed his eyes and gently shook his head no. When he opened them, the wizard's smile had gone. In its place was a stern frown. "Come on," said the wizard. "No, really, it's fine," said Herman a bit nervously. The bee flew through an open door to the side of the door. Eat the damn soup," said the bee. "Yeah, eat the damn soup," repeated the wizard. "Go on, have a slurp." Herman blinked and looked down at the ladle. The voice hadn't come from there. He looked over the shoulder of the wizard, and to his horror saw a face had emerged from the cauldron. The skin of the face dripped off into the soup, revealing just a grinning skull. Okay, that is the big soups on 7 Guest reference. I knew that she had put in. Herman screamed and recoiled, hitting his head hard on the doorframe and instantly collapsed. Groggily, he clung onto his consciousness for just a moment or two. "Soup's on," said the wizard. "Soup's on," said the bee. "Soup's on," said the soup. I can't do. I was trying to kind of emulate the soft voice there, but I can't do it. Soup's on. No. Soup's on. Then I lost consciousness and never woke up. The end. Okay, so we gotta have the soup. But I want to see if... How many tabs have you opened? A recursive amount. Nah, right now about 70 to 80. It's just a ton of YouTube backlog. But yeah, let's see what happens when you eat soup. Herman closed his eyes and lowered his head gently. His lips made contact with the hot ladle. He gingerly slurped some of the soup into his mouth. It was heaven. He opened his eyes. The wizard cocked his head and looked deep into Herman's eyes. Excuse me? Smiling. Herman felt a warmth spread down his esophagus to his belly. He sighed contentedly, and at the proffering of the wizard, slurped some more soup into his mouth. The ladle was empty. Now as promised, said the wizard, you shall have your truth. Herman was warm and happy. But first, the wizard's smile faded just a tad. I have to ask you, and please don't lie to me. But did you try to call your doctor? What? What? Oh, you have to try calling the doctor? He doesn't explain if you don't call the doctor? This bit would kill you. Okay, so I guess we tell him. What if no? No, said Herman. Are you sure? The wizard cocked his head slightly and squinted his eyes. Quite sure, Herman said a little nervously. The wizard took a step forward and leaned in so that his face was mere inches away from Herman's. I can tell, he whispered, when you're lying to me. Herman's eyes darted from side to side. Lying? The wizard leaned in an extra inch. His nose now touched Herman's. In a barely audible hiss, the wizard said, lying. The warmth in Herman's belly began to bubble uncomfortably. He started sweating. Can horses even sweat? He didn't know and didn't care because he felt so hot. His belly was on fire. The wizard leaned back, smiling again, but not the warm, friendly smile from before. This smile was sinister. Herman began whining, then screaming from the pain in his stomach. Within seconds, the pain reached a powerful crescendo, and Herman's abdomen exploded in a violent wet splash. Somehow impossibly still conscious, Herman looked wild-eyed at the wizard, who was laughing uproariously. Herman looked down at the blood and curled entrails that now lay on the doorstep of the hut, smoking and billowing. He looked back up, then fell to the floor, dead. Okay, so you can tell the wizard you didn't call the doctor. You didn't try calling the doctor, even if you did, and for some reason, you lying makes him want to kill you too. That is what the hell? Yeah, that is certainly a dick move. Different things happen if you didn't. Well, let's tell him we did. Call the doctor. Yes, said Herman. It met with limited success. You smashed your phone, didn't you? Said the wizard. His smile returned. That's right, said Herman. How did you know? Allow me to introduce myself, said the wizard. He bent down and took the edge of the robe, then lifted it over his head in a smooth move. His head popped off as he cast the robe over his shoulders, letting it fall on the floor behind him. The wizard was completely naked. I'm you, he said. Accept this or run away. Run away! Herman ducked under the door in a swift movement. He turned to run. The meadow behind him had changed. Now it was a barren landscape composed of scraggly grey rock. Some of it was inexplicably on fire. Herman screamed and leapt into a fierce gallop. All the while, the temperature around him grew warmer and warmer. It became impossibly hot, but he kept running. If only I can reach the portal, he thought. I can go back to my house. I can figure out a way to turn back. I can do it! He could not. The temperature continued to rise, making him tired and hot. He tried to keep running, but it was so unbearably hot now, he quickly found his fast stride reduced to a limping trot. And then he collapsed, exhausted. and still it grew even hotter and hotter around him. His flesh began to boil and sear, his eyes stung, and still hotter and hotter. When he finally caught fire, his only comforting thought was that death would not be far off. But minutes passed, and death still wouldn't take him. Only when the layers of his fat had melted away and his skin had turned to thin, crisp, paper-like strands of charcoal did he realize that death would never come. He would remain like this, burned alive, immobile, and in constant searing agony for the rest of eternity. The end. What the fuck? Is he in hell now? What the fuck? So let's accept that the wizard is naked and says, I'm you. Space Quest historian aka Trolls says, I may have been in a bit of a mood when I wrote this. Hell, sure, why not? I mean, it sounds like hell. A wizard created hell for some reason. The wizard looked nothing like Herman remembered himself, but he thought as he paused for a moment, what a head he actually looked like. Maybe this was it. Yes, you are, said Herman. And now I shall give you the answers you seek, said the naked wizard. You may not have all the questions yet, but whenever you find a new ending to your story, feel free to restart and come back here. Herman didn't know exactly what that meant, but he nodded and smiled nonetheless. The wizard sat down in a comfortable-looking chair next to the fireplace, crossed his legs, and produced a pipe from beside the chair. He lit the pipe by snapping his fingers above it. A small flame burst from this pipe. The wizard inhaled deeply, and the tip of his penis exhaled to smoke. Okay, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. Oh my god, I can just imagine it. The wizard sitting there naked. Inhales, smoke comes out at the bottom. What the fuck? There's a bit where you're rescued by a woman in a giant hall while you're still hoarse, he said. It's never explained who that woman is. She's the voice of your inner child, and she's rescuing you because you've allowed yourself to be a prisoner of your fear and panic for so long that you needed to invent this surreal transformation of yours into a horse in order to break free from a gradually worsening depression. Makes sense? The wizard took another drag of his pipe. His nether region produced another gentle plume of smoke. Troll says, everything on my path are literally just the first things that came to mind. No ideas thrown out. Stream of consciousness. I mean, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. I wish I could write as well as this. Oh my god! But it is completely your style. I think you always have that kind of thing where you do a lot of stream of conscious stuff and mind garbage. Yeah, but it's absolutely brilliant garbage. At least in my opinion, but I think a lot of people agree. Okay, so the wizard took another drag of his pipe. Yeah, I already read this. Sadly, it seems you have yet to visit the television studio, continued the wizard. I was really looking forward to explaining that one to you. Maybe you should have checked your fridge. Oh well, some other time perhaps. I guess this is the long weird path that you explained, where I have to check the fridge, then run out through the front door, and then apparently rescue another horse, or what was it? Something with another horse. You had a fantastic time getting down and dirty with those mares, right? Said the wizard, winking. Oh, Herman stuttered. Don't lie to me, the wizard said, wagging a finger playfully. You picked that path yourself. Naughty, naughty. Yes, but what does it mean? Well, it could mean any number of things, said the wizard, drawing a deep breath. But my foremost guess would be that you want to have sex with horses. Finally, said the wizard, you've missed a grand old time being a flea and attempting to fight the urge to lay eggs in a cat's fur. Really? Quite, said the wizard, and rose from his chair with a grunt. His pipe never left his mouth, and the tip of his gland slid out a small cup or two of smoke. He crossed the room towards Herman. Now, do you have any questions? Said the naked wizard. Herman swallowed hard. Is any of this true? Nah, it's just bollocks, said the wizard and smiled grandly. Just run-of-the-mill pseudo-intellectual analysis. Things that only have meaning if you give them one. I'm going to duck slap you now. Oh my god. Herman nodded and closed his eyes. The wizard proceeded to slap his limp penis across Herman's face repeatedly, over and over again, in everlasting perpetuity. Have fun for interpreting that one. The end. I mean, if the previous ending was hell, this must be heaven. I'm just gonna say it. If you're a horse and you have a naked wizard slapping you over and over again with a limp penis across your face, you're in heaven. Charles says it. Heaven is a good long dick slap. Confirmed. The penis exhale you're strangely proud of, and so you should be. I don't know if I've ever seen that anywhere else in like culture. Like, no, I haven't. I think that's an original idea, as far as I'm aware. Blowing smoke from your penis. So the TV studio is a long, very long and weird path. So I've yet to do a few more things on TB's path, but I kind of want to now go look for carrots. First, check under the kitchen table. I don't know if this is gonna lead too much, but I definitely want to check the fridge again and go down that long weird path. But let's see what happens here. What can only be described as the least graceful maneuver any equestrian being has ever attempted. Herman ducked under his kitchen table in some misguided attempt at uncovering a forgotten stash of carrots or carrot-like vegetables. In doing so, he hit his head against the corner of the table, sending it flying against the back of the wall. A chair, caught by the leg of the table, was also sent flying, but as it reached the top of its upward trajectory, it collided with a unit of shelves and suddenly spun wildly, sending it flying into the window. The sound of glass shattering loudly startled Herman. So buck wildly, run away. Buck wildly. The shocking commotion caused Herman to raise himself on his hind legs and wave his front hoofs around in an attempt to ward off whatever dangers lay before him. Not realizing that his kitchen was built for humans and very small humans at that, he hit his head rather hard on the ceiling, which caused him to fall over. His flailing front legs, however, never stopped flailing as he sailed in whatever the opposite of majestically is towards the kitchen countertop, hitting his head again, while the rest of his body continued towards the floor, eventually coming to a harsh, bone-crunching and terribly indignified rest. His left front leg spasmed briefly before he lost consciousness. I think we're back on the path where we are taken to the Horse Whisperer lab. Yeah. What if we wake up immediately? It's just, he's stuck in like a horse carriage that is attached to a vehicle, I guess. I'm just having a brief look to see if anything, if this is going. Okay, so apparently if we panic and kick our hind legs and stuff in the horse vehicle, it can lead to another death, I guess. Herman leaned forward, supporting all his weight on his front legs. Yeah, as Troll said, look under table leads to the horse whispering ending again. Yeah, have a good one, Martin, Messer. I'm just quickly gonna go through this. I assume we can have another death here that we haven't seen yet, and then we'll go back to the television path, television studio. A brilliant cone of light suddenly shone through the back of the vehicle, temporarily blinding him. The vehicle also, as a result of this jolt, jumped and skid as the driver had felt the weight shift suddenly, causing Herman's head to hit not only against the roof of the vehicle, but also the side. His head bounced off and into the other side as well. It was at this moment that Herman's body refused to any longer obey any of his brain's commands and simply decided to fold itself inwards. Down Herman went in a heap, whinnying pathetically as his legs gave out from beneath him, until his body came to a resting position half hunched over with his long neck drooping down across his abdomen. He felt a soft wetness, small at first, but gradually growing. As his eyes adjusted to the light he blissfully enjoyed, a few seconds of his surroundings in the daylight. These seconds were less blissfully spent looking at the blood dripping from his head and pulling onto the floor. Flail a bit. Okay, yeah, it's no, we don't die here, I guess. Nah. I thought it would lead to another death, but wait for death. Nah, it's just again, it's a variation on the horse whispering path. But okay, so let's look for carrots and check the fridge again. Okay, so he panicked, paying no attention to the amount of bodily harm he was currently bringing upon himself. Herman increased his flailing and bucking to hitherto unparalleled proportions. With no plan of action other than reckless waving of limbs, it wasn't long before his head collided hard with one side of the wall, while his ass jammed against the shattered window, impaling itself on a shard of glass that had yet to fall off the window frame, causing a sting of sudden and sharp pain that sent Herman off on a very short but very eventful gallop through the sidewall of what used to be a 10-foot long hallway. Drywall and plaster and dust cascaded around him as he suddenly found himself staring through a horse torso-shaped hole in a lovingly furnished sitting room. Ahead of him was what he dimly recalled being the front door of his house. And this time we shall run through the front door. Adrenaline surging through him, Herman continued his charge uninterrupted, knocking over furniture as he galloped through the small sitting room. In no time his neck and upper body collided with the front door, sending it flying off its hinges. Although he was much too big to fit through the doorframe, the taste of freedom was far too alluring to ignore, and Herman kept charging through the impossibly narrow window. Wood splintered and bits of plaster knocked bricks loose as his massive frame dove out of the front door, headfirst, trampling over 3 people in the process. Wait, what? He slowed down just a bit and looked behind him. There had been 3 people wearing black coats just outside his door, but in his urgent rush he hadn't seen or heard them until now. Then he heard another voice in front of him, shouting, "Stop! Slow down!" I have a feeling we should keep going, but let's see what happens if we slow down. Oh, no. This actually seems like a good idea. Let's keep it going then. Oh, this also seems like a good idea. I think this is saving the other horse. No, let's slow down first. Herman slowed down and turned his head to face forward, just in time to come to a stop before he barreled into a van that was parked at the curb. In front of the van was another identical van, and it was from this van that the voice came. Oh, okay, so I think it's both options: stop, slow down, or keep running. Can lead to freeing the horse, and the TV studio has spiders in it. Okay, that's what I remembered. Warning, you'll be here for a long time. I don't know how much longer I can keep up streaming, but we'll see. Look under table leads to the horse. Whisper ending again. Yeah. I read all it. I'm watching this instead of writing the design doc for my real game. Some of these options are meaningless. The same happens anyway, so just with slightly different text. Yeah, it seems that way. Okay, so let's either open the van or bolt down the street. Let's bolt down the street. Herman was long past caring about anyone or anything at this point other than his freedom. He took off on the opposite direction, clip-clopping down the street in a fierce gallop. Every muscle he had ached, but he kept running. When he crossed an intersection, he vaguely heard the sound of a vehicle coming towards him from behind in high-speed pursuit. He turned and looked, only to see the headlights of one of the vans colliding with his ass and sending him flying face down into the asphalt. Just before he lost consciousness, he heard the same voice from inside the van yell, "You stupid idiot! Now we're both dead!" Yeah, horse were running again. So we'll open the van. Herman made a split-second decision. He had already either killed or seriously maimed 3 people in his escape. He needed some answers. "Stand back!" he shouted. "I'll break down the door!" He raised himself up on his hind legs and kicked the van's back door with his front legs. They squeaked and bent awkwardly. Another kick sent them flying open. Inside the van was another horse. Herman froze. He didn't know what to say or do. "Come on," said the voice in the woman's voice. "We have to go! Now! They're coming around!" The woman horse jumped out of the van and began galloping down the street. Remain downtown. This is, of course, going to lead to Horse Whisper ending again. Follow the woman horse. Herman set off in a sprint, following the woman horse down the street. I don't know why you're saying woman horse instead of mare here. I mean, either you forgot the term here. I mean, mare was definitely used in TB's path, but I don't know if you forgot mare here or yeah, you didn't know that was a term until you read Torpedo Bears. Yeah. If you want spider, you just want to open the van and do whatever the person inside says. You also want sometime later to try to have some realization when possible. It's woman horse from now on. That's okay. I'll replace it by mare. I'll try to. He had the vaguest notion that the people he had trampled earlier had come to and were getting back into their vans to give pursuit. But this quickly became a moot point when the mare abruptly changed direction and jumped to the fence of a small residential house. Herman followed as quickly as he could. His limbs and muscles ached, but his surge of adrenaline was still going strong, and he was able to keep up. Continuing into the backyard and over a series of additional fences, it quickly became apparent that the woman horse either knew of a very complicated shortcut or hadn't the faintest idea where she was going. It wasn't until they came to a brief halt in a cul-de-sac near the end of a long paved road of small houses that Herman realized the mare's plan. Beyond the cul-de-sac was nothing except the vast expanse of desert. Where are they? They're like in the city, but right outside of the city is a desert? Huh? What? I'm surprised. I mean, I'm confused. Hills of sand and tiny cacti dotted the area, the monotony of which only broken up by small rock formations that did little to liven up the scenery. "You expect us to go into the desert?" asked Herman dumbfounded. "It's the only place where we can hide and be free," said the woman horse and turned to run. Okay, so let's object for a moment. "But we'll die out there," protested Herman. "There's nothing out there but scorching sun." "It's better than the enslavement of those people," said the mare. "How?" said Herman. "How is that better? How is burning to death under the hot sun or dying of thirst in an arid desert preferable to do anything they could do to us?" "You don't know what they were going to do," said the mare flatly and began trotting into the desert. What were they going to do anyway? Okay, yeah. So if we go back, we get captured by the horse whisperers. "You know what? I think I'll just stay here," said Herman. The mare just shrugged a horsey shrug and kept trotting into the desert. Oblivious to the sound. Yeah. We got him now. Okay, so who are you anyway? Herman called out after the horse one. Who are you anyway? How do you know all of those things? What were you doing in the back of that van? He realized those were a lot of questions, and he had more, but since those were his top 3, he stopped there. The woman horse simply said, I'm Sheena. I'm Sheena. Are you coming with me or not?" Follow her into the desert. My throat is getting a bit sore from all this reading I've been doing, both in this game and other games, so I'm probably gonna have to call the stream soon, sadly. Surrealism. We can be anywhere we want to be. Yeah. Well, I think it might be best if I leave this ending to whoever wants to. I mean, I'll play it on my own, but not on stream anymore. I think so. it's probably best if you want to see more of this game, that you play it for yourself. Um, because I shouldn't spoil everything, and yeah, it is a lot of reading. So yeah, thanks to everyone who's joined me for. I think I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours. I've played 5 AdventureX Jam games, which were generally pretty good, but the last two especially were like chef's kiss. And yeah, thank you for joining me, trolls. Thanks for enjoying the stream, and thanks to anyone who's still watching. 6 viewers, it says. But yeah, I will try to stream more AdventureX Jam games sometime in the next days, but yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Depends on circumstances, but I'll try to stream at least one more time. That cost you 10 viewers. I think I did have 11 at first, but I had 15 earlier. I don't know, people come and go, and I've already been streaming for 4.5 hours, so that's quite a while. But yeah, it's been a good time, and hopefully we'll be back with more AdventureXJam Game Showcase later. Have a good one. Bye. Thanks for watching.